Chapter 1383. In front of the Grey Fortress, the Stemborer army, numbering in the hundreds of millions, had gathered into a massive pitch-black ball that looked like an insect nest. Kaboom! This pitch-black ball was extremely dense and unimaginably heavy, and it exuded a heaven-shaking energy that began to batter at the time energy produced by the mysterious fragment. Despite the obstruction of the vast time energy, the insect ball was able to forcefully press forward. On the other end of the ruined fortress, Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng used their own techniques to witness this sight, and their minds couldn't help but be stunned. Any single insect in this insect army was like an ant in front of an ancient god that could be destroyed with the flick of a finger. Yet this strange array of hundreds of millions of stemborers was able to unleash such dreadful power. This power had probably already surpassed that of an ordinary half-step god lord. It's actually able to push forward against level 9 intent time energy. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh in amazement. If it were him or Xian Wuheng, they would probably be unable to resist the time energy produced by the fragment. What's the situation? Ancient god Sundermount and ancient god Rosy Cloud were somewhat unable to restrain themselves. There were enormous amounts of natural resources in front of this ruined fortress, with the majority being time resources. If all these resources were taken out, they would be able to raise many elite giant god race experts. But, the two of them were limited by their cultivation levels and did not dare to recklessly use their divine senses for fear that the Stemborer Queen would notice. Even Xian Wuheng, who had reached peak rank 9 and was a god lord in his last life with a powerful soul intent, had to be very careful when observing. What does Brother Zhao think? Xian Wuheng asked for Zhao Feng's opinion. The two of them were able to observe the battle between the mysterious fragment and the Stemborer army. But Xian Wuheng had a feeling that Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye was even clearer than his own. Ancient god Rosy Cloud and ancient god Sundermount also turned to Zhao Feng. Ever since entering the ancestral legacy treasury, Zhao Feng's dazzling performance had won their trust. I'm sure that if we make any strange movements, we'll alert the mysterious fragment. Zhao Feng slowly said. His left eye had been observing the mysterious fragment emitting the formidable force of time. Ever since his god's spiritual eye reached the quasi-god eye level, he rarely encountered anything he couldn't see through, and this fragment was the hardest to understand. Why do you have such a judgment? Xian Wuheng was shocked. He did not want to provoke the power of the mysterious fragment. The power of time was a rule power that was extremely difficult to break. Based on the current understanding, there was basically no effective way to restrain the power of time. On the contrary, all the powers in the world were suppressed by the power of time. This fragment is the crux of the entire castle. All of the time force in the castle region is under its control. Zhao Feng said calmly. The three members of the giant god race felt stifled. Simply put, as long as they made any strange movements, they would be attacked by the power of time. However, in the surroundings of the dilapidated castle, there was a huge amount of precious materials. Treasures like the moonlight sky bamboo could be seen from time to time. It wasn't an exaggeration. If he could plunder the precious materials in a single area of the castle, his gains would be 10 times better than before. What should we do? If we don't hurry, the people from Ancient Soul Hall will get here soon. Ancient God Kaiyun and Ancient God Sundermount were extremely unwilling. As he gazed at Zhao Feng's calm and elegant face, Xian Wuheng suddenly smiled. Brother Zhao, you probably have a plan. The two had known each other for a very long time, so he had a deep understanding of Zhao Feng. If there really wasn't any chance, Zhao Feng would have retreated long ago instead of wasting time here. We can only wait. After spitting out these 3 words, Zhao Feng fell silent. He said to himself, whether I can succeed or not will depend on whether the 10th-ranked locust moth race lives up to its name. Swish. 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 In front of the castle, the ball of insects began to slowly swell, further pressuring the mysterious fragment. Judging from the situation, the sea of insects seemed to have the upper hand. "Heh, little insects, you've gotten stronger, but it's useless." The ancient spacetime voice came from the fragment in the ball of light. Before the voice could finish speaking, pop! An even more intense time energy surged in the huge castle. Soon after, a dazzling white light soared into the sky around the fragment. A moment later, a ring-shaped time shockwave engulfed everything for several hundred li. Wherever this time shockwave passed, all things fell silent. All things in the world seemed to freeze. What? On the other end, Zhao Feng and the three ancient god race members felt the ripples of a law that could not be defied. A few ripples of energy came from the battle up ahead. In a flash, the bodies, bloodlines, and even thoughts of the four present froze. The wind froze, and even their breathing and hearts seemed to stop. Time stop. At this moment, this was the only thought in Zhao Feng's mind. Time law. Just where did this fragment come from? Xin Wuhan was stunned. In his last life, he had reached the God Lord level and comprehended a law, so he naturally knew how terrifying a law was. And amongst all the laws, the time law was revered. But now, this tiny fragment was able to activate the forbidden energy of the time law, time stop. Even time had stopped. No matter how powerful you were, what could you do? Crack. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the compressed, insect sea sphere. In a flash, countless insect shells fell to the ground, forming a wretched sea of insect corpses. There were at least several dozen million of them. Xin Wuheng and Zhao Feng both felt their hearts tremble at this sight. At this moment, they deeply understood just how merciless and tyrannical time energy was. Whoosh! 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 Tens of millions of insect corpses were falling to the ground at every moment, forming a thicker and thicker sea of insect corpses. Creak! A sharp cry came from the center of the insect sea, cold and hateful. "That's the stem borer queen." Xin Wuheng called out. Zhao Feng chuckled. The stem borer queen is about to counterattack. In a flash, the surface of the insect sea sphere formed by the stem borer queen army began to exude layers of black mist. This black mist was extremely astonishing, and as the time energy swept through it, it began to expand at a terrifying rate. 100 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet. In less than 10 breaths, a sky pillar nest appeared in the black mist. The sky-propping nest appeared in the dissipating black mist, emitting an ancient and wild aura. Zhao Feng and the other members of the giant god race felt their minds tremble, and they felt a strange urge to prostrate themselves. It was as if the sky pillar nest was the origin of everything. Zhao Feng discovered that the god's spiritual eyes' origin energy rippled under this aura. Whoosh! 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 A black gust of wind surged out of the sky pillar nest, sweeping the 100 million insect corpses into the sky pillar nest. The interior of the sky pillar nest began to wriggle. Recycling? Zhao Feng had a strange expression. Xin Wuheng couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the 10th-ranked mythical race. They can even resist the power of the time law a little. At this moment the ball of light around the fragment dimmed a little. Just now, it had used up a lot of energy to use the forbidden power of time stop for around 10 breaths. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye could sense that the time law protecting the ruined castle seemed to be slightly dimmer than before. Your plan is? Xin Wuheng suddenly understood a little. Zhao Feng probably wanted to use the stem borer army to exhaust the fragment and the castle's time law. That time stop just now had used up a lot of the fragment's time law. Right at this moment, tens of thousands of holes appeared on the surface of the sky pillar nest, and one could faintly see the sticky liquid inside. Sizzle! Sizzle! Silver-white transparent insects jumped out of the holes and spread their transparent wings, their surfaces glowing faintly. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. He could faintly sense a faint ripple of time from these insects. Whoosh! Whoosh! Millions of glowing insects gathered into a sea of light and charged at the dilapidated ancient city. This time, the Stemborer Queen's target didn't seem to be the castle anymore. This wasn't the end. Countless copper beetles fell from the holes of the sky-high nest. These insects had sharp limbs. Whoosh! 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 These copper beetles quickly burrowed into the ground and split into more than 10 groups, attacking the castle from underground. The Stemborer Queen has changed its strategy. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng looked at each other. The Stemborer Queen seemed to know how troublesome the mysterious fragment was, so it turned to attack the castle. The castle was bigger, so it could withstand more attacks. What a cunning insect! Your Stemborer Queen nest has evolved a new species of insect that has a certain resistance to the power of time. The mysterious fragment within the ball of light finally changed color. In the sky, the insects gave off faint time undulations and turned into a sea of light that attacked the castle. The other group of copper beetles had strong defense and were adept at burrowing into the ground. Their target was the dilapidated ancient castle. The mysterious fragment had to maintain the castle's defenses, so it expended a lot of energy. In the next period of time, a long war of attrition ensued. Insects were turning into carcasses on the ground and underground. But new insects would soon be born from the sky pillar nest, providing an endless stream of reinforcements. They bit each other, neither willing to admit defeat. 2 days later, it's about time to strike. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng glanced at each other and nodded. At this moment, the mysterious fragment's power was mostly occupied by the Stemborer army, and it had expended a lot of energy. This was the perfect time to take advantage of the chaos. At the same time, several powerful auras appeared in a certain part of the castle. Swish! 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 Several figures stood still and stared at the distant castle and the sky pillar nest, which was even larger than the castle itself. That magnificent and epic battle scene caused their hearts to tremble. That lair is. Ancient god Destruction Flow was stunned. The Stemborer Queen nest. Only Yuheng had an indifferent expression as he leisurely said, "From the scale, the Stemborer Queen has at least reached peak rank 9. The 3 half-step god lords and Yuheng used their divine senses to take a closer look. The fragment within the mysterious ball of light was reflected in their senses. What's that? Ancient god Ice Jade and Ancient god Black Prison were rather interested. An ancestral artifact fragment. For the first time, the composed Yuheng grimaced, excitement and fervor appearing in his eyes. An ancestral artifact fragment. The 3 half-step god lords were all stunned. They had apparently heard of this legend before. Starting from now, our primary target is the ancestral artifact fragment. Yuheng firmly said. That ancient god seal. Ancient god Black Prison weakly asked. If we can obtain the ancestral artifact fragment with time energy, we can put the ancient god seal aside for now. Chapter 1384. If I can obtain the ancestral artifact fragment with time energy, I can put the ancient god seal aside for now. For the first time, Yuheng's face flashed with excitement. The 3 half-step god lords glanced at each other. Although there was a difference in their eyes, they could all understand Yuheng. Upon learning of the existence of the ancestral artifact fragment, the 3 half-step god lords were stunned. They had never imagined that they would be able to see this legendary object. Everyone knew. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, the mainstream divine weapons were divine artifacts. From substandard, low, average, all the way to supreme quality. Under normal circumstances, a supreme-grade divine artifact was the highest-grade divine artifact in the conventional way. Even the majority of rank 9 ancient gods and half-step god lords did not have supreme-quality divine artifacts. However, Divine artifacts and supreme quality divine artifacts were not the highest quality divine weapons in the ancient god realm. The highest quality was the supreme ancestral artifact. But ancestral artifacts were just a legend. They were so rare that they could be compared to the 8 great god eyes and god kings. Just like the 8 great god eyes, each ancestral artifact was unique. Ancestral artifacts originated from the ancient desolate era, and their power and abilities were not something that the people of the present could fathom. The experts of later generations could only learn of their history from ancient and mythological texts. It existed in the era when the 10,000 ancient races were at their most glorious. When it existed, the number 1 ancient god race dominated the 10,000 races and looked down on the ancient desolate era. When it existed, the dazzling civilization of the Heavens Legacy race had just arrived from beyond the heavens and was looked down upon by the natives of the 10,000 races. When it existed, the light race leisurely traversed through space and time, aloof from the world. When it was at its most glorious, 9 ancient golden crows roasted the world and inflicted calamity upon all the races. When it was at its most glorious, the black destruction serpent dragon unleashed its destruction dragon breath to destroy civilizations and alternate dimensions. When it was at its most glorious, the 8 great god eyes had yet to appear. An ancestral artifact. It was at its most glorious in the era of the 10,000 ancient races, and now, it is the era of the 8 great god eyes. Ancient god Jalsia's eyes were tinged with nostalgia. Although the 8 great god eyes were still at its peak and the fan universe was still vast, the experts of the god realm still yearned for the era of the 10,000 ancient races. During that era, the 10,000 ancient races existed, unlike now where they were either extinct or hidden from the world. How many hundreds of millions of years has it been since the last ancestral artifact appeared? I remember that it created a god king, an existence on par with the 8 great god eyes. Ancient god Ice Jade yearningly said. Any ancestral artifact was like a god, unique and unique. In the era of the 10,000 primordial races, only the primordial races, the ancient shaman race, the light race, and a few other top-ranked races had produced ancestral artifacts. Ancestral artifacts were just as rare as the 8 great god eyes. An ancestral artifact is not something we can possess. An ancestral artifact fragment is enough to create a godlord, perhaps even an outstanding godlord. Yuheng said calmly. An ancestral artifact was as lofty as a god eye. There was no need to even think about it. And what was placed in front of him was an ancestral artifact fragment. If this was placed in the outside world, it would probably shake the entire deity realm and cause countless forces and supreme beings to fight over it. If I can control an ancestral artifact fragment, I might be able to challenge a god lord and even win. Ancient god Destruction Flow and the other half-step god lords were all extremely tempted. At some point, they began to feel greedy. After all, obtaining an ancestral artifact fragment meant that one had a 100% chance of becoming a god lord and even had a chance of becoming an outstanding god lord. Once one had an ancestral artifact, they would be invincible against those of the same level, even able to kill those of a higher level. There's no need to mention the value of an ancestral artifact fragment, let alone one with a time law. We need to discuss our plan. Yuheng interrupted their train of thought. Plan. The 3 half-step god lords and the 2 ancient gods all held their breaths in concentration. At this moment, in the face of unprecedented benefits, all of them suddenly became united. As for the ancient god seal and the original plan, they had long ago forgotten about them. They could naturally see that 1 or 2 half-step god lords alone would probably be thrashed by the ancestral artifact fragment. They needed a plan, and they needed to use their wits. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yuheng turned his gaze to the battle between the ancestral artifact fragment and the stemborer hive in front of the fortress. Although the stemborer queen wasn't very strong on its own, it was skilled in reproduction, human wave tactics, and prolonged battles. Insects were constantly being born in the sky-piercing mother nest. At the very beginning, the hive mainly gave birth to two kinds of insects, the lustrous insects and the copper beetles. The two kinds of insects were constantly dying and reproducing in the mother nest. Now, the hive had given birth to a third kind of insect. This was a kind of fat silver-black insect the size of a barrel. These silver-black fat insects had no fighting power, but they were responsible for gathering and transporting materials. Whoosh! 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 These silver-black fat insects gathered all sorts of minerals and plants, swallowed them into their round bellies, and then sent these materials back to the hive. With the support of these materials, the stem borer queen was able to reproduce almost limitlessly. For this reason, no matter how many insects died, the hive was still able to transport the lustrous insects and copper beetles like moths to a flame. TSK, several hundred million have died. As expected of the 10th-ranked locust moth race. They're skilled in human wave tactics. Any other race ranked slightly higher might not have been able to do the same. The three half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall were watching the show. Yu Heng was also observing. They were waiting for the right moment, waiting for the locust moth race to consume more of the ancestral artifact fragment's origin energy before attacking. It would be best if both sides were heavily injured. At this moment, Zhao Feng and the giant god race trio began to move. Their goal was not the ancestral artifact fragment, but the many precious materials and treasures in the vicinity of the fortress. Let's go. Everyone, don't get too far away from each other. Xian Wuheng said. Swish. Swish. Swish, the group of 5 began to fly toward the fortress. Damned flies. An elderly spacetime voice spoke, clearly disgusted but also somewhat tired. Bzzz. Strands of time energy surged out of the fortress and shot toward the group. In a flash, the movements of Zhao Feng's group of 5 became extremely slow, as if they were stuck in a swamp. Every movement was extremely difficult. What a powerful time energy. The giant god race trio circulated their divine power to resist, but it was extremely strenuous. Resisting time energy consumed far too much divine power, and the effects were not very good. Let's try out my Chaos Origin divine power. Zhao Feng circulated his divine power to resist the time energy suppression and obstruction. The Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique that he primarily cultivated was extremely tolerant and could accommodate all kinds of intents, with space intent being the primary one. When cultivated to a certain level, the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique even possessed a certain devouring ability and could absorb various types of energy. Bzzz. The moment Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin divine power, he felt his body lighten. He was much stronger than Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount of the Giant God race. However, the two ancient gods of the Giant God race were not willing to admit defeat. Boom! Boom! In a flash of dazzling light, the two of them began to transform into giants 100 feet tall. After activating their bloodline power, the two of them were clearly able to resist time energy, no weaker than Zhao Feng. As for Xian Wuheng, he did not transform. He slightly closed his eyes, and a faint ripple of law energy appeared on his body. Swish! His body suddenly lightened, and he was even able to fly through the air, leaving behind afterimages. As expected of a god lord from my previous life. He comprehended a law and can resist time energy much more easily than an ordinary person. Zhao Feng quietly said to himself. As his cultivation level gradually increased, Xian Wuheng's strength from his previous life, including his god lord intent and his comprehension of laws, began to recover more and more. In a flash, the fastest person on the battlefield was Xian Wuheng. He quickly took out a section of moonlight sky bamboo, and specifically picked out the most valuable and rare materials. Zhao Feng did not yield, pouring all his power into time intent. A mysterious layer of light appeared on the surface of his Chaos Origin divine power. As expected. After pouring all his power into time intent, the power of his chaos origin divine power had greatly increased, making it much easier to resist time energy. Zhao Feng could even vaguely sense that his chaos origin divine power was absorbing a weak sliver of time energy from the outside world. This was the devouring attribute of chaos origin divine power. Zhao Feng was elated. He remembered that chaos origin divine power would only truly begin to absorb and devour after reaching the 4th level. Absorbing and devouring referred to devouring the energy of others to strengthen one's chaos origin divine power. One could easily imagine the advantage it would have in battle. Once my chaos origin divine power reaches the 4th level, I'm 100% certain that I can become a rank 9 ancient god. Zhao Feng began to absorb time energy. The time energy around him was almost tangible. With his peak 3rd level chaos origin divine power, he was able to absorb a little. At the same time, it could also increase Zhao Feng's comprehension of time intent. Of course. Zhao Feng did not forget to harvest the nearby resources and treasures. Meow. The little thieving cat was the main harvesting force. Its body was covered in a strange membrane of light that greatly increased its resistance to time intent. The Heaven's Legacy cat is truly miraculous. It seems to be able to counter the abilities of other races. Zhao Feng said after a moment of thought. In terms of speed, the little thieving cat was on par with Xin Wuheng. In addition, Zhao Feng had released the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Its destruction bloodline was able to resist time energy to a certain extent. In terms of manpower and speed, Zhao Feng's side naturally had the advantage. Fortunately, Zhao Feng did not go overboard. He focused on harvesting the resources he didn't have. This was because he had resources like the moonlight sky bamboo that his god's spiritual eye could duplicate, even if it consumed a great deal of energy. Zhao Feng didn't even bother with resources that were slightly inferior. Even the little thieving cat strictly followed this standard. Thus, on the surface, the giant god race's side seemed to have gained the most, far more than Zhao Feng's side. Xin Wuheng could also see that Zhao Feng was showing mercy and felt grateful. Half a day later, Zhao Feng's side and the giant god race's side both had a great harvest. The giant god race's side had harvested an enormous amount of resources. With this enormous amount of resources, the giant god race's chances of reviving will increase. The members of the giant god race were very happy. Zhao Feng was also secretly planning to use this enormous amount of resources to develop his own faction in the ancient dream realm. Damn humans and giant god race, if not for the Stemborer Queen's attack, you would never have succeeded. A furious voice came from the ancestral artifact fragment. Zhao Feng and the others were stunned, but they couldn't deny it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight back against the fragment's time-stop ability. Meow. The little thieving cat jumped onto Zhao Feng's shoulder and waved its paws a few times. Humph. Heaven's Legacy cat. I know you, the crystallization of the Heaven's Legacy race's intelligence. You can communicate with all things in the world. The ancestral artifact fragment immediately recognized the Heaven's Legacy cat. Meow. The little thieving cat continued to gesture as if suggesting something. What? A flustered and exasperated voice bellowed, You want me to serve your master? How infuriating. I'm a mighty ancestral artifact fragment. Not even god lords care about me, let alone a trifling ancient god. Chapter 1385. I'm a mighty ancestral artifact fragment. Not even a normal god lord would take a fancy to me, let alone a mere ancient god. The space-time voice was filled with anger and disdain. Xin Wuheng and the others were shocked. This tiny fragment was actually an ancestral item fragment. No wonder it possessed such heaven-shaking power. Pop the power of time in the area where everyone was suddenly doubled in strength. Ancient God Clock Cloud and Ancient God Sundermount went stiff, sweat beading on their foreheads. The invisible time energy was distorting their bodies. Ah! The two felt uncomfortable and were forced to return from their giant god form to their normal state. That way, the burden would be smaller. How peculiar. It can cause the flow of time to become chaotic and distort the material space. Any other ancient god would have been torn to shreds. Zhao Feng was speechless. Moreover, the time distortion he and the little thieving cat endured was even stronger. The spacetime robe. A dark silver robe appeared on Zhao Feng's body, emitting a translucent silver radiance. The spacetime robe was a time and space element treasure refined by a spacetime god king. It had an even stronger resistance to spacetime attacks. Coupled with the main space's chaos divine power, Zhao Feng easily blocked the time distortion. This rank 8 ancient god isn't simple. No wonder the Heaven's Legacy cat acknowledged him as its master. The ancestral artifact fragment glanced at Zhao Feng. Meow. The light barrier around the little thieving cat's body grew even brighter. With a wave of its paw, it shattered the time distortion in front of it. There's no need to waste your breath. My mission is to guard the forbidden area of our clan. Even if a god eye of your god eye era descends, I will not submit. The ancestral artifact fragment remained unmoved, but it sized up Zhao Feng a few more times. The little thieving cat was slightly depressed. If it could obtain an ancestral artifact fragment, it would be of great help to its master. Once it obtained an ancestral artifact fragment, its master would be able to rapidly grow into a titan of the divine realm. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. He reached out and stroked its furry fur, trying to communicate and comfort it. The ever-victorious little thieving cat also had its moments of failure. But this couldn't be blamed on it. The ancestral artifact fragment had its own mission, and when it was complete, none of the 8 great god eyes had been born. Perhaps the ancestral artifact fragment could see through the 9th god eye's identity, but it might not buy it. Even without the ancestral artifact fragment, I would still be able to reach the peak. Furthermore, my harvest from this trip is quite bountiful. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. The little thieving cat nodded and stopped communicating with the ancestral artifact fragment. Heaven's Legacy cat, in this space, you should worry about your own safety. I can already sense the aura of your old enemy. With these final words, the ancestral artifact fragment ignored them. What was even more surprising was, the power of time around them vanished without a trace. For some reason, the ancestral artifact fragment seemed to have dispelled its hostility towards them. This reason was probably related to Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. In front of the ruined castle, the ancestral artifact fragment was channeling time energy to fight back against the Stemborer army. Without having to worry about Zhao Feng and the others, the fragment's power had greatly increased. Gradually, the Stemborer army's attacks became less smooth and more strained. During this period of time, Zhao Feng and the others were no longer suppressed by time energy and were able to harvest the surrounding resources. If the castle was divided into east, west, south, and north, Zhao Feng and the giant god race had already harvested the resources in the east and south. The other 2 sides had yet to act. The west is where the Stemborer hive is mainly attacking, and the north, a harsh light flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. The north was where the ancient Soul Hall members were hiding. Half a day ago, Zhao Feng had used his Eye of Heaven to investigate and discovered the ancient Soul Hall members hiding in the north. The 3 members of the giant god race were rather worried. There's no need to worry for now. Ancient Soul Hall probably arrived long ago. Their main target doesn't seem to be us. Zhao Feng calmly analyzed. There was no need to think about it. Ancient Soul Hall's target was undoubtedly the ancestral artifact fragment. In terms of value, the ancestral artifact fragment was definitely above the ancient god seal. Since we've reaped a bountiful harvest, why don't we use the ancient god seal to return to the outside world and transfer some of the resources? Ancient god Rosy Cloud suggested. She was the weakest of the group, having only recently broken into peak rank 8. She did not want to take too many risks. Are we just going to hand over the ancestral artifact fragment to Ancient Soul Hall? Even if we can't get it, we can't let the enemy have their way. Ancient God Sundermount, on the other hand, was in favor of war. Not long ago, he had broken into rank 9 from peak rank 8, giving him some confidence. Xin Wuheng thought about it and felt that both of them had a point. Ancient God Rosy Cloud's proposal was more conservative and dependable, so there was no need to risk their lives. But Ancient God Sundermount's words pointed to the crux of the matter. If Ancient Soul Hall obtained the ancestral artifact fragment, the giant god race would find it very difficult to catch up. On the other hand, if the giant god race obtained the ancestral artifact fragment, the situation would be much more favorable. How about this? Have Ancient God Rosy Cloud transport half of the resources and go back to contact the Patriarch. It would be best if he can get reinforcements. Xin Wuheng quickly made a decision. In any case, Ancient God Rosy Cloud was the weakest, so she could only be of limited use. The rest of them would stay behind and act according to the situation. Hearing this, everyone agreed. This arrangement was the best of both worlds. Swish! Xin Wuheng took out the Ancient God Seal and activated it with a Heaven's Legacy secret art. A strange spatial ripple appeared on the surface of the seal, fusing with the surrounding space. At this moment, something unexpected occurred. Buzz! A powerful spatial pressure came from nowhere, and the Ancient God Seal let out a hum and dimmed a little. What? Xin Wuheng grimaced and fell into thought. What was going on? Ancient God Rosy Cloud and Ancient God Sundermount were both stunned. The Ancient God Seal was the key to entering and exiting this dimension. There's probably a God Lord level expert laying down an ancient spatial sealing array outside. There's probably more than one God Lord, and they need to be skilled in Heaven's Legacy secret arts. Xin Wuheng sighed. We have no way out. Everyone glanced at each other, their expressions turning grave. It was no wonder that Ancient Soul Hall had not come to take the Ancient God Seal for now. What level of power is needed to forcefully break through this dimension? Zhao Feng asked. Xin Wuheng closed his eyes, and after a while, he said, to use the Ancient God Seal, one also needs strength approaching the God Lord level. And this was with the Ancient God Seal. That's not too bad. Since there's no way out, let's put everything on the line. Zhao Feng's face was cold and determined. At this moment, on the western side of the fortress, the Moth army was still launching an endless stream of attacks while the ancestral artifact fragment was focused on defense. The two sides were locked in a prolonged battle. On the northern side of the fortress, the Ancient Soul Hall members were hiding. Zhao Feng's group had already gathered all the resources on the eastern and southern sides. Since Ancient Soul Hall isn't going to move, let's bide our time. Zhao Feng's body flickered as he vanished. The only thing left was the spacetime robe, its dazzling translucent luster. He entered the spacetime robe. Zhao Feng immediately adjusted the time ratio, reaching an astonishing 25:1. As expected. Zhao Feng muttered. Earlier, when he was using Chaos Origin Divine Power to deal with the ancestral artifact fragment's time energy, he had absorbed some of it, allowing his comprehension of time to advance once more. One had to realize that the ancestral artifact fragment contained a time law, and any time intent it exuded was its essence. Swish! Swish! He closed his eyes, and several more time resources appeared in front of him. These time resources were basically all on the same level as the Moonlight Sky Bamboo. And then, he circulated his Chaos Origin Divine Power to comprehend the few strands of time intent he had absorbed. At the same time, he divided his mind into two. Half of his mind was focused on absorbing and comprehending the time treasures in front of him. The other half of his mind was using Chaos Origin Divine Power to try and absorb the time essence of these treasures. This was especially true for the second method, which he had never tried before. This was because the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique had faintly touched upon the 4th level, allowing it to gain the ability to devour and absorb. To Zhao Feng's delight, this kind of experiment had made its understanding of time Upanishad advance by leaps and bounds. It was like 1,000 miles in a day. One reason was to absorb the time-intent essence of the ancestral artifact fragment. The other reason was the devouring effect of Chaos Origin Divine Power. With these two aspects working together, in just 2 days, Zhao Feng's time intent had reached the peak of level 6. Peak level 6 time intent, and my Chaos Origin Divine Power has advanced again. Zhao Feng could vaguely sense that his Chaos Origin Divine Power was already half a step into the 4th level. The effect was that his Chaos Origin Divine Power's devouring effect was even more pronounced, and its power had increased by half a level. Time slowly passed. 25 days had passed within the spacetime robe, but only 1 day had passed in the outside world. At this moment, the 8 divine stages in Zhao Feng's body had undergone a brand new transformation. The Chaos Origin Divine Power they exuded was boundlessly vast and seemed to be able to contain all things. At the same time, the outline of a 9th divine stage appeared on the 8th divine stage, and it was gradually becoming more solid. Not only that. The embryonic form of the 9th divine altar was surrounded by an enormous flow of divine power. This stream of divine power was the 9th stream left behind after he had consumed the 9 lotus jade life flower. If I were to consume this 9th stream right now, I would be 100% certain that I would be able to form my 9th divine stage and reach rank 9 of the ancient god realm. Zhao Feng took in a deep breath. Such rapid progress was not only because he had consumed the jade nether spirit essence stone and the 9 lotus jade life flower, but also because his Chaos Origin Divine Power had reached a higher level. And now, Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Power had basically stepped into the 4th level. The power of his Chaos Origin Divine Power had more than doubled. At this moment, he could effortlessly become a rank 9 ancient god. But he did not do this. After rank 9 is the God Lord realm. I have to stabilize my foundation for rank 9 as much as possible. Zhao Feng's gaze was even more distant. Next, he began to refine his Chaos Origin Divine Power and comprehend spacetime intent. Since ancient times, it has been said that spacetime is one. I wonder what will happen if I fuse my Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique's main space with time energy. Zhao Feng smiled. Now that his Chaos Origin Divine Power had stepped into the 4th level, his space intent had forcefully broken into level 8. This was because when Zhao Feng comprehended time intent, he had used it as a foundation to comprehend space intent. This foundation was the main space, the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique that could contain all things. Level 8 space intent, peak level 6 time intent, this was Zhao Feng's current level of spacetime intent. But Zhao Feng was not satisfied with just this. He continued to fuse time and space intent and refine his Chaos Origin Divine Power. At this moment, the flow of time within the spacetime robe had reached an astonishing rate of 30-1. In the outside world, Xian Wuheng's group of 3 could vaguely sense the astonishing divine power surging within the spacetime robe. Could that Zhao Feng be forming his 9th divine stage? Ancient God Sundermount said. He entered the Ancestral Legacy Treasury and only recently reached rank 8, but he's already trying to break into rank 9. Even if he succeeds, his foundation will probably be unstable. Ancient God Resplendence softly sighed. The 2 ancient gods were not optimistic about Zhao Feng's chances of breaking through. Chapter 1386. Outside the spacetime robe, the little thieving cat stood guard. It paid no attention to the worries and pessimism of the 2 ancient gods. There's no need for us to worry about Brother Zhao. Xian Wuheng opened his eyes from his cultivation. Without the restriction of resources, he was recovering faster and faster from his last life, and a ripple of a law would occasionally appear on his body. In the outside world, 3 or 4 days had passed. Within the spacetime robe, more than 100 days had passed. Swish! The spacetime robe flashed, and a silver-haired youth appeared, causing spacetime ripples to appear around him. Zhao Feng. Everyone turned to Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng had a boundlessly profound aura that seemed to contain all things. His eyes flashed with a dazzling silver luster, and when they looked at each other, they felt as if space and time were in chaos. They couldn't see through him at all. Any divine sense or divine power that got close to Zhao Feng was devoured by a strange force field. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount glanced at each other, unable to conceal the shock on their faces. Congratulations, Brother Zhao. Your divine arts have advanced greatly. Only Xian Wuhan could see a little of Zhao Feng's strength, but there was a complicated look in his eyes. Brother Zhao, you've become a rank 9 ancient god. Ancient God Sundermount couldn't help but ask. Although I haven't broken through, there's not much of a difference. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. In his cultivation, he had digested what he had gained from the ancestral legacy treasury, and his strength had soared. What did he mean? Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount didn't understand. Zhao Feng slowly raised his hand, and the divine power in his palm began to exude a turbid silver luster. The moment the turbid divine power appeared, the surrounding time power actually began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. What terrifying divine power! The 3 members of the giant god race, including Xian Wuhan, all felt their hearts tremble. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount also felt the divine power in their bodies become chaotic and uneasy. The strength and ripples of this divine power clearly surpassed that of an ordinary rank 9 ancient god. The fusion of the time and space profundities, the chaos divine power, has probably surpassed the scope of the original cultivation technique. In this space, the suppression of the time profundities on me is already very small. Zhao Feng withdrew his divine power and smiled in satisfaction. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhao Feng's figure disappeared into thin air, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation. What? Xian Wuhan and the other 2 were dumbfounded. In the next instant, a dreamy silver-haired youth appeared several miles behind them. Teleportation. Even under the extreme suppression of this space, he can still use teleportation. The members of the giant god race were stunned. At this moment, the impact that Zhao Feng gave them was too great. Not even becoming a rank 9 ancient god could give them such a massive shock. You should know. Not even half-step god lords could use instant movement in this dimension. Congratulations, Brother Zhao. Your spacetime intent has reached a whole new level. Xian Wuhan was overjoyed. He understood what Zhao Feng's behavior meant. My space intent has reached level 8 small success, and my time intent has touched upon level 7. Together with the supreme quality divine artifact that is the spacetime robe, I should have no match in this dimension for the spacetime Dao. Zhao Feng said to himself. After more than 100 days of cultivation, he had surpassed the 4th level of chaos origin, allowing his strength to take a qualitative leap. Until now. Other than cultivation, Zhao Feng was also facing a bottleneck in his comprehension of spacetime intent. There wouldn't be any effect even if he continued to comprehend it. As for cultivation, Zhao Feng was half a step into the rank 9 ancient god level. If he wanted to, he could absorb the 9th stream sealed on his divine stages and easily break through to rank 9. He didn't even need the sealed stream to advance, but he couldn't break through at any time. But in order to accumulate even more reserves, Zhao Feng continued to suppress his cultivation and not break through. It's been 4 days. Are the insects still attacking? The ancient soul race is truly patient. Have they been watching this entire time? Zhao Feng began to observe the situation. In the end, he discovered that the ancient soul race was extremely patient, as if they were worried about something. Meanwhile, the locust moth queen's attacks were gradually weakening, and the rate at which it produced new insects was slowing down. Although the silver-black fat insects were providing the Stemborer Queen with an endless supply of resources, the Stemborer Queen was still consuming a certain amount of its soul energy. "Heh, little insects, you've failed again." The spacetime voice spoke once more, this time with the attitude of a victor, but this voice was tinged with exhaustion. Another 2 days passed. The Stemborer Queen's attacks gradually came to a stop as if it was resting. However, the silver-black fat worm that acted as logistics was still gathering large amounts of raw materials from the rear. The Stemborer Queen apparently hadn't completely given up. But one thing was certain, both sides had expended a great deal of energy and were beginning to rest. On the northern side of the fortress, the time has come. We can begin. Yuheng opened his eyes. At some point, his cultivation had reached the peak of rank 9. That was great. The 3 half-step god lords and the 2 ancient gods immediately rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms in excitement. If one looked carefully, the weakest of these people was a rank 9 ancient god. While the giant god race was progressing in this mysterious dimension, their enemies were also making significant progress. Then what about the giant god race? Those scoundrels probably also want the ancestral artifact fragment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to linger. The ancient Soul Hall members seethed with killing intent. They truly are a hindrance. Yuheng's brow creased as he sternly said, "Let's get rid of these people first. At the very least, we need to kill Xi and Wuheng and heavily injure them so that they don't affect our plan." Their primary plan was to obtain the ancestral artifact fragment. If the giant god race wasn't nearby, they might not have attacked, but since they were nearby, they naturally had to get rid of them. Swoosh! 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 The group of 5, all ranked 9 ancient gods or above, circled around the ancient fortress and approached the giant god race. On the eastern side of the fortress, ancient Soul Hall, they're here. Zhao Feng had his hands behind his back, a calm expression on his face. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount both grimaced in shock. In their clashes with the giant god race, they had generally been at a disadvantage. But now, the 3 half-step god lords of Ancient Soul Hall were working together, leaving behind only their elites. Their strength was even more unfathomable. "What do you mean?" Xian Wuheng saw that Zhao Feng wasn't moving and asked. "Let's fight for now." Zhao Feng sternly said, "There's one person in this group that I can't see through." "Okay." Xian Wuheng actually agreed without even thinking about it. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount, on the other hand, had anxious and worried expressions. These were 3 half-step god lords. How could Lord Wuheng accompany this madman in his madness? They didn't understand. What right did Zhao Feng have to challenge 3 half-step god lords and remain so calm? There's no need to worry. Zhao Feng mainly wants to probe them. Xian Wuheng's message calmed them down. At this moment, several powerful auras began to approach from the distance. Ha ha ha, a few giant god race minions actually dare to fight. That's true. In terms of speed, our ancient Soul Hall has the absolute advantage. It's useless for them to run. The 3 half-step god lords, Ocean Prison, Ice Jade, and Flow of Destruction, were the first to charge forward. Behind them were 2 rank 9 ancient gods, including ancient god Muyu, who was skilled in arrays. The last one was Yuheng. Yuheng was responsible for bringing up the rear. His brow furrowed as he muttered, "There's definitely something strange going on. According to the original plan, the giant god race members should have avoided our edge. He's not going forward." Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye could clearly see Yuheng at the very back. The only person in the ancient Soul Hall camp that he couldn't see through was that mysterious youth. Kill! The 3 half-step god lords were the first to charge forward. Thousand Rivers Ice Domain. Ancient God Ice Jade's body exploded with dazzling icy light. Her beautiful eyes half closed as she lightly waved her hand through the air. At this moment, her body wreathed in ice began to faintly ripple with an ice lull. 1 second later, everything in a radius of 1,000 li was frozen by streams of ice. 1,000 li frozen. In this dimension, with the powerful time suppression, 1,000 li was an unimaginable distance. And this was not the end. The 1,000 li frozen was only the prelude to this large-scale secret skill. Boom! 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 The earth shook. Glaciers that were thousands of feet tall stood between the heavens and the earth, forming a vast, extreme river domain. Oh no! The giant god race members were surrounded by glaciers of extreme cold, all of them connected together into a strange array that exuded a freezing energy. For a moment, the speed of the 3 members of the giant god race suddenly dropped, their bloodlines and divine power freezing, and their overall strength dropped by 30%. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount were forced to immediately activate their giant god transformation to neutralize the invasion of cold energy. But the 2 of them only had 60 to 70% of their original speed. These people have been hit by my Thousand Rivers ice domain. They're like cornered beasts. Ancient God Ice Jade softly chuckled. With such a vast terrain, it was suitable for such a large area of effect secret skill. She was the strongest of the 3 half-step god lords, and her first move was enough to trap the giant god race members. She was responsible for trapping them while the other 2 half-step god lords attacked. The first to charge out of the giant god race side was Zhao Feng. His spacetime robe rippled with spacetime as he charged at the 3 half-step god lords. This kid really doesn't fear death. Ancient God JLC jeered. The other 2 half-step god lords also faintly smiled. But they quickly found it impossible to laugh. So fast. Such intense spacetime ripples. Even the time intent of this dimension will find it hard to suppress him. Zhao Feng sped up once more, and he instantly shot through the gap between the 3 half-step god lords to attack the 2 rank 9 ancient gods behind him. Go! Ancient God JLC waved his hand, and with a roar in the soul dimension, a pitch-black crocodile soul beast lunged at Zhao Feng. Humph! No matter how fast you are, do you think you can dodge a soul attack? Ancient God JLC confidently said. Soul attacks normally surpassed the physical dimension. Moreover, this soul beast was raised by the soul race and had a mind of its own, allowing it to track down and bite its foes. Swish! The crocodile soul beast lunged at empty air, leaving behind a spacetime ripple. Zhao Feng's figure vanished into thin air. Instant movement. How could this be? The 3 half-step god lords grimaced, and then they cried out, "Watch out!" But, their warning came too late. Ah! A scream came from a rank 9 ancient god in the back. A dreamy silver-haired youth floated in the air, his palms suffused with twisting and turbid divine power that pierced through his body. Bzzzzz. Then, a distorted force field of chaos devoured his body and soul bit by bit. No. The rank 9 ancient god wanted to struggle free, but all his divine power was in chaos and inexplicably drained away. His body and mind were both slowed down by this invisible energy, and he had almost no strength to resist. Chapter 1387. As the 3 half-step god lords watched, Zhao Feng vanished and pierced through the rank 9 ancient god's body. This rank 9 ancient god was also from the ancient soul race. An ordinary rank 9 ancient god would at most be able to heavily injure him, not kill him. But at this moment his body and mind were slowed down by the invisible time energy. The dreadful chaos origin force field devoured his entire body, causing his soul energy, divine power, and other energies to be thrown into disarray. Devour and absorb. Not only did the chaos origin divine power in Zhao Feng's palm not weaken, it actually swelled in power. The dreadful force field tore apart the rank 9 ancient god. From instant movement to ambush, the entire process had taken less than 2 seconds. Junior. The three half-step god lords were dumbstruck, and then they were filled with rage and killing intent. Zhao Feng had easily killed a rank 9 ancient god right before their eyes. This was a humiliation to the three half-step god lords. Darkwater Jail Dragon. Ancient god Jailsia's arm slowly unfurled. Bzzz. The arm strangely turned into a black liquid. Then, it suddenly expanded, turning into a serene water hell dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Roar. The roar of this Darkwater Jail Dragon shook the world, shaking the soul dimension. Invisible gales and waves of energy began to destroy all things. Oh no! Xin Wuhan grimaced. A level 9 intent Blackwater secret art fused with a soul attack of the ancient soul race. This was a powerful secret art of a half-step god lord. A full power attack was enough to instantly kill an ordinary rank 9. He was just about to intervene when ancient god Destruction Flow stopped him. Your opponent is me. Ancient god Destruction Flow's hands began to spin, and a pitch-black river of destruction appeared on each arm. This ancient god Destruction Flow was skilled in destruction intent. As a half-step god lord, his destruction intent had reached level 9 intent, and he was slightly stronger than ancient god Jailsi. Kaboom! The two rivers of destruction seemed berserk, but they were as nimble and bizarre as black snakes as they entangled Xin Wuhan. Although Xin Wuhan didn't fear ancient god Destruction Flow, he would definitely be held down for a while, unable to worry about Zhao Feng. On the other side, level 9 water profundity, and the bloodline and soul secret art of the ancient soul race, Zhao Feng felt an oppressive crisis. Yet he was so calm and composed that after killing a rank 9 ancient god, he didn't forget to take his interspatial tool. Roar! The towering netherwater hell dragon charged over and swallowed his body. Hee hee! A chuckle came from the top of the netherwater hell dragon's head, accompanied by an obscure space-time ripple. Damn it, ancient god Jailsia's face was cold and sinister, but he did not give up. The netherwater hellworm was formed from one of his arms, and its agility was no different from his own limbs. Bang! All of a sudden, the Darkwater hell dragon swung its tail at Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Zhao Feng vanished into thin air, and the netherwater nether dragon's attack missed once more. It seems like one nether hell dragon isn't enough to deal with him. We have to attack from all sides. Ancient god Jailsi quickly regained his composure. After entering the ancestral legacy treasury, he had matured. After suffering time and time again, he no longer dared to underestimate his foe. Caged Dragon Claw. Ancient god Jailsi had a solemn expression. His other arm transformed into a translucent black liquid that transformed into a caged dragon claw several hundred feet long. Whoosh! The caged dragon claw attacked Zhao Feng from the rear while working with the netherwater hell dragon to attack from the front. Zhao Feng's in trouble. Ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Sundermount couldn't help but worry. However, they were about to face the attack of another rank 9 ancient god Muyu. And that wasn't all. Ancient god Ice Jade's Thousand Rivers ice domain had frozen an area for 1,000 li around them. Broom! The surrounding glaciers were slowly shrinking, and the cold energy gathered was constantly climbing. As time passed, the space in which they could fight would shrink. The two ancient gods of the giant god race were being frozen in cold energy, and their bloodlines, divine power, and speed were both greatly affected. Under ancient god Ice Jade's control, the Thousand Rivers ice domain primarily affected the enemy. Even when the two ancient gods of the giant god race worked together, they were still suppressed by ancient god Muyu. However, Xin Wuhan and Zhao Feng were not very affected by the cold energy. Half-step god lords are only a so-so. A frivolous and playful voice came from a corner of the battlefield. That ish. Zhao Feng turned into a blur in the air, his speed suddenly increasing to a whole new level. Bang bang. The attacks of the netherwater hell dragon and the caged dragon claw missed, but 2 nearby glaciers that were more than 1,000 zhang tall were pulverized. At this moment, Zhao Feng didn't use instant movement. He relied solely on his speed to easily dodge the attacks. As for the cold energy of the Thousand Rivers ice domain, it had very little effect on him. He had the protection of the spacetime robe and the devouring ability of Chaos Origin Divine Power. The cold energy around him was like a stone sinking into the ocean. My next target is to kill you. Zhao Feng floated in the air and pointed at ancient god Mu Yu on the other side of the battlefield. Ah! Ancient god Mu Yu was fighting with 2 ancient gods of the giant god race. When he heard this, his face froze, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Just now, he had clearly seen the death of the other rank 9 ancient god of his race. Junior! Don't be so arrogant. Ancient god Ice Jade, who was maintaining the shrinking Thousand Rivers ice domain, coldly said. Truly too arrogant. Ancient god JLC was both shocked and furious. His opponent was openly naming people on his side to kill them. Earlier, Zhao Feng had killed a rank 9 ancient god right under the eyes of 3 half-step godlords. The success at that time was attributed to the ambush and the element of surprise. But now, Zhao Feng had named another rank 9 ancient god to kill, ancient god Mu Yu. Not good. Not even a half-step god lord can do anything to this person. Ancient god Mu Yu was unsettled. Even though they had the advantage, they had no desire to fight with the 2 ancient gods of the giant god race. With us here, you won't succeed. The half-step god lords, Ice Jade and JLC, glanced at each other, their expressions harsh. If they allowed Zhao Feng to succeed again, putting aside the loss of a rank 9 combatant, what face would they have left? If I want to kill him, none of you will be able to stop me. Zhao Feng's expression was indifferent. Impossible. Ancient god JLC ordered the Darkwada Jail Dragon to stand guard at ancient god Mu Yu's side. The other Jail Dragon Claw continued to bite down on Zhao Feng. Ice Jade Lotus Platform. Ancient god Ice Jade waved her hand, and a dazzling lotus platform of ice appeared under ancient god Mu Yu's feet. Although she was maintaining the shrinking Thousand Rivers ice domain, she could still provide a certain amount of support. Moreover, once the ice domain successfully shrank and formed a terrifying ice divine kingdom, the enemy would find it difficult to escape. Soon. With the Ice Jade Lotus platform and the Darkwada Jail Dragon protecting him, ancient god Mu Yu was greatly reassured. Ha ha ha. Zhao Feng gave a long laugh, his body exploding with powerful spacetime ripples. Buzz. Swish. His body vanished, and this instant movement covered a rather large distance. Ancient god Ice Jade was startled. A moment later, she sensed a spacetime ripple in ancient god JLC's area. Careful. Ancient god Ice Jade grimaced and couldn't help but warn. As for ancient god JLC, his shoulders were empty. His hands had transformed into the Darkwada Jail Dragon and the Jail Dragon Claw to fight. In this way, the strength of his main body, especially his defense, would be much weaker. Upon hearing ancient god Ice Jade's warning, he sensed the faint spacetime ripples behind him and immediately cursed. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. A dark silver fist instantly hit his body amidst a strange distortion of time and space. There was simply no way to dodge this punch. This was because this punch was accelerated to the extreme by time intent, and ancient god JLC even felt like spacetime had been thrown into disorder. I've been tricked. His target was ancient god JLC. Ancient god Ice Jade clenched her teeth. Ancient god JLC was at his weakest, and this dreadful attack was also fraught with danger. Kaboom! Ancient god JLC was sent flying, a trickle of blood trickling down the corner of his lips. As expected of a half-step god lord. He's comprehended leveled 9 intent. Zhao Feng muttered. Suddenly, ancient god Jiaoxia's body was covered in a layer of dark water that greatly buffered Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin attack. Given his opponent's half-step god lord cultivation and the foundation of the ancient soul race bloodline, this punch was only able to wound him, not take his life. Meow. A nimble cat appeared behind ancient god Jiaoxi, and a silver dagger covered in runes slashed at ancient god Jiaoxi in a cold and sinister arc. An ambush. Ancient god Ice Jade's body trembled as her heart chilled. This kid's schemes were far too terrifying. On the surface, Zhao Feng said that he was going to kill ancient god Muyu, but in reality, he was dealing with ancient god Jiaoxi. Swoosh. The silver dagger stabbed into ancient god Jiaoxia's dark water ripple body. Oh. Even in his dark water form, ancient god Jiaoxi grunted, his body going stiff and his face turning pale. Celestial Jade's secret blade. Yu Heng, who was still at the back, spoke for the first time. The little thieving cat had obtained the Celestial Jade's secret blade from the Heavenly Demon Hall's treasury, and it had infuriated the upper echelon members of the Heavenly Demon Hall. This blade was a secret creation of the Heaven's Legacy race. A few unique materials had been added to it, and it could be considered a supreme quality offensive divine artifact. Yu Heng remained in the rear, not within the range of the Thousand Rivers ice domain. It was as if he had no intention of attacking. Or perhaps he had some misgivings. Spatial movement. Zhao Feng focused his left eye, instantly putting away the little thieving cat that had succeeded in its sneak attack. A moment later, boom. Boom. Two glaciers 10,000 feet high within the Thousand Rivers ice domain soared into the sky and stabbed at Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. The power of these attacks was equivalent to a peak rank 9. As the Thousand Rivers ice domain shrank, ancient god Ice Jade was able to divert some of her attention to attack. Although Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat managed to dodge the charge of the two glaciers, they succeeded in interrupting their attacks on ancient god Jiaoxi. Go! Ancient god Ice Jade lightly raised her hand. Swish! A second Ice Jade Lotus platform appeared under ancient god Jiaoxi's feet, giving him another layer of defense. After all, he could not afford to lose a half-step god lord. Collect. Ancient god Jiaoxi had no choice but to take back the caged dragon giant claw and restore an arm so that he could protect himself. Just now, Zhao Feng's sudden attack and the little thieving cat's ambush had inflicted significant injuries on him, causing him to feel some lingering fear. Heh. After heavily injuring ancient god Jiaoxi, Zhao Feng chuckled, a hint of success in his scheme appearing on his face. Not good. Ancient god Ice Jade suddenly thought of something. But a moment later, another shocking development occurred. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. The dreamy silver-haired youth appeared behind ancient god Muyu. Crack. The Ice Jade Lotus platform around ancient god Muyu instantly shattered. Because ancient god Ice Jade had put more of her energy into defending ancient god Jiaoxi, ancient god Muyu's defenses had actually weakened. Kaboom! After piercing through the Ice Jade Lotus platform, Zhao Feng's turbid silver fist absorbed some of the cold energy and was still gathering power. No! Ancient god Muyu cried out in alarm as he did all he could to preserve his life. But what could he do? He was facing the attacks of ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Sundermount, putting him in desperate straits. And there was something even more terrifying. An invisible ripple of spacetime engulfed his body. In a flash, all his movements seemed to slow down. His speed was reduced by several dozen times. Even though his mind had reacted by turning his body into an ancient soul body, his movements were still too slow. Time intent. This was the only thought left in ancient god Muyu's mind before his death. Ice Jade and Black Prison, the two half-step god lords, were too late to stop him. Their faces were gloomy and their hearts chilled. They had been tricked time and time again by Zhao Feng, led by the nose. At the start, they believed that Zhao Feng's target was ancient god Muyu. They hadn't expected for him to set up an ambush for Ancient God JLC. Ancient God JLC had just escaped danger when Zhao Feng's spear turned once more. Finally, he launched a counterattack. Ah! With a miserable scream in the soul dimension, Ancient God Mu Yu, an array grandmaster, had both his body and soul annihilated by Zhao Feng's group of 3. I said before, if I want to kill him, none of you can stop me. Zhao Feng casually took Ancient God Mu Yu's interspatial tool, adding another portion to his spoils of war. There were many opportunities in this dimension, and the ancient soul race members wouldn't be much worse off than the giant god race members. You. Ancient God Ice Jade was trembling in anger, but Ancient God JLC had a hint of joy on his face. Brother Zhao. Well done. Xian Wuheng gave a long laugh. At this moment, he was not in his giant god form, but he was actually able to fight evenly with Ancient God Destruction Flow. In this battle, Xian Wuheng's body was faintly suffused with the aura of a law, and he would occasionally unleash a God Lord level attack. One could say that his current cultivation level was that of a half-step God Lord. If he transformed into his giant God form, he would be able to easily crush Ancient God Destruction Flow. Dead again? The two of you, just what are you doing? Ancient God Destruction Flow was on the verge of cursing out loud. He alone was bitterly holding off Xian Wuheng's attacks while the other 2 half-step God Lords should have been able to deal with several rank 8 and rank 9 ancient gods with ease. But in just a few short moments, 2 rank 9 ancient gods had been killed. You 3 fools. This person has already reached the peak of speed, but you actually fought with him and lost 2 rank 9 ancient gods. Wuheng couldn't help but curse from the rear. As a bystander, he had a much clearer view of the situation. But everything had happened too quickly, and Zhao Feng's calculations were mixed with truth and falsehood, so he had no time to stop them. Moreover, there was no time for him to reprimand these 3 half-step God Lords. His troubles had come. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the voices of the Insect Sea Army came from behind Wuheng. It's that energy, it's actually that energy. My locust moth race's greatest foe. I'll tear you to shreds. The stem-borer queen's voice, suffused with bone-chilling hatred, resounded through the soul. Its target was none other than Wuheng. In a flash, the billions of stem-borer descendants swallowed up the world, transforming into a vast sea of insects that lunged at Wuheng. Chapter 1388. Within the Thousand Rivers ice field, swish. 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 The 3 half-step God Lords had grim expressions as they stood side by side with Ancient God Ice Jade at the center. Zhao Feng had used his superior speed to kill 2 rank 9 ancient gods and even heavily injure a half-step God Lord. This was a massive blow to them and made them put their guards up. They could not afford to lose any more. Fortunately, with the 3 half-step God Lords working together, even if Zhao Feng was twice as fast, he would still find it difficult to find an opening. But at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Swoosh swoosh. Swish. Swish. Behind Wuheng, an army of stemborers surged forth. They glared at Wuheng with hatred and swallowed the heavens and earth. Both sides felt a chill in their hearts at this sight. Once the Locust Moth tribe truly resorted to human wave tactics, even beings with higher cultivation bases would have to flee at the mere sight of them. What's going on? Zhao Feng and the 3 giant god race members were dumbfounded. The 3 half-step god lords of the ancient soul race had even nastier expressions. At this moment, they were in an even more unfavorable situation. In front of them was the giant god race and behind them was the Locust's army. What do we do? The 3 of them asked Wuheng, who was in charge of guarding the rear. When the plan was activated, Wuheng had requested that they remain at the rear and that their energy be extremely restrained so that they would not recklessly attack. They suspected that Wuheng had been the one who had attracted the Locust's race here. At this moment, at the very front of the insect sea, Yu Heng stood alone and calmly said, "The insect race truly has a keen sense of smell." It was as if he had predicted the reaction of these insects. "Come and rendezvous with us." Yu Heng finally gave an order to the 3 half-step god lords. The 3 half-step god lords paled at these words. "This, rendezvous? Do you want us to fight the locusts' race head-on? That's not a wise choice." The 3 hesitated, but they did not disobey. Before opening the ancestral legacy treasury, they had received a clear order to obey this mysterious youth. Whoosh! 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 The 3 half-step god lords swiftly retreated to rendezvous with Yu Heng. Zhao Feng's group could not stop them, and they were also desperately trying to avoid the locusts' army. The consequences of being trapped in the insect sea were unimaginable. What are these fellows planning? First, you wanted to kill us, and now you're giving up. The members of the giant god race were all confused. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng looked at each other and quickly came to a decision. Let's wait and see. If the situation turns bad, I'll put all of you into the space-time robe and then escape won't be hard. Zhao Feng muttered. The only person he couldn't see through in the ancient soul race camp was Yu Heng. It was a pity that the other party had refused to help in the previous battles. Is that youth from the ancient soul race? Zhao Feng suddenly asked. No. Xian Wuheng and the others were certain without even thinking about it. As the mortal enemies of the ancient soul race, the giant god race was extremely sensitive to bloodline auras. Zhao Feng had long sensed that the mysterious young man's bloodline aura was extremely obscure and unfathomable. At this moment, Yu Heng and the 3 half-step god lords gathered together. The wave of insects lunged forward, but the 3 half-step god lords easily annihilated them. In front of a half-step god lord, these insects were no different from ants. The locust moth race's human wave tactic was secondary in terms of killing power. What was terrifying was the consumption. With our strength, if we work together, defeating the locust moth queen isn't too difficult. It's just that the consumption is too great. The gains don't seem to make up for the losses. Ancient God Destruction Flow voiced his doubts. Yu Heng stood in the middle and calmly ordered, once the insect race is defeated, we'll go straight for the ancestral artifact fragment. What? The 3 half-step god lords were dumbfounded. The insect race was defeated? Go straight for the ancestral artifact fragment? They didn't quite understand what Yu Heng meant. What if we expend a lot of energy to defeat the insect race, and the giant god race members counterattack? Ancient God Ice Jade was rather unhappy. This Yu Heng was too arrogant. Did he not know what sort of price they would have to pay to defeat the insect race? First, it's enough for me to do it. Second, they don't dare. Yu Heng's face gradually became impatient. You alone. The 3 half-step god lords were stunned, and then they found this rather funny. The only thing we missed out was that kid. In this divine kingdom dimension, he has the advantage of speed. Yu Heng muttered. The advantage of speed was truly difficult to deal with. According to his original plan, if he and the others attacked, the giant god race would definitely retreat. He hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to choose to attack and probe Yu Heng's strength. This way, he wouldn't be able to leave the ancient fortress. Once his energy leaked out, the insect race would sense it. In the end, the locust queen's sense of smell was even more terrifying than he had imagined. For a moment, the ancient soul race camp was being outflanked. In this situation, he could only reveal some of his strength. All of you should rest first. Yu Heng slightly raised a hand, his body exuding a strange and ancient energy. In this process, a layer of simple and unadorned tattoos appeared on his body, like both fish scales and tortoise patterns. It's that energy. Kill. You destroyed my home and hunted down my mother and grandmother. I swear that I will pulverize all of you. The insect queen's cold voice came from the giant nest in the rear of the insect army. More and more insects flew over. In fact, the sky-high nest had even given up on attacking the castle and was flying towards them. This sight made the three half-stepped god lords jump in fright. The attacks of the insects were far too frenzied. A bunch of ants thinks they can stop me? A cold smile appeared on Yu Heng's handsome face. And then, the ancient patterns that appeared on the surface of his body suddenly disappeared. At the same time, that energy has been restrained again. The ancestral artifact fragment muttered in front of the ancient fortress. This energy caused the craziness of the insect race to rapidly restrain itself. And then, Yu Heng proudly stood his ground, his arms slowly spreading apart, his body exuding an ancient and abyssal energy. This ancient energy grew stronger and stronger, exuding a tyrannical aura that disdained both past and present. Boom! Thud-ish. This tyrannical bloodline energy soared into the sky, accompanied by gold and silver energy that caused even space itself to faintly tremble. Even from far away, Zhao Feng and the others could see the bloodline energy that seemed to dominate the heavens. This bloodline energy was surrounded by gold and silver energy, and in the center was the image of a majestic ancient god-devil. Bzzz. The image of the ancient god-devil attached itself to Yu Heng's body and began to grow more and more corporeal. Yu Heng's face, body, and hair began to visibly transform, becoming more and more like the image of the ancient god-devil attached to his body. In the blink of an eye, Yu Heng's body grew to a height of 100 feet, gold and silver energy crisscrossing his body, and he exuded an ancient energy that disdained the world. What's going on? The three half-stepped god lords found it hard to breathe, their bodies and bloodlines uncontrollably trembling. At this moment, they found it hard to even think about exerting any strength. The distant giant god race members were panic-stricken, their bloodlines inexplicably surging with fear and submission. Just what kind of bloodline is this? Zhao Feng felt like his bloodline was going out of control, and even the chaos origin divine power in his body was in chaos. It wasn't just his body, even his god's spiritual eye was trembling. The dreamy silver origin energy in the center of the god's spiritual eye was trembling restlessly. Why? Zhao Feng held his head with his hands and felt a dizziness that went straight to his soul. An aura of fear began to spread through the world. The hundreds of millions of stem borers, upon approaching Yu Heng, began to tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. Bang! The sky-high nest floating in the air crashed down from the sky, sending up a cloud of dust. How? The stem-borer queen's fearful voice resounded through the world. The 10th-ranked stem-borer race also trembled in fear in the face of this energy. At the same time, the ancestral artifact fragment was panic-stricken in front of the ruined castle. Impossible. This is impossible. This is the era of the God Eye. Why would it appear? Suppress the 10,000 races. The ancient god-devil that Yu Heng had transformed into began to exude a dark gold and silver luster as it slowly spoke in a heaven-shaking voice. At this moment the world resonated, and all living beings with bloodlines shrieked in fear. Plush! 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 The hundreds of millions of insects exploded under the bloodline energy that suppressed the 10,000 races. Some of the nearby Yao God races hidden underground were also not spared. The lighter ones began to bleed from their orifices, while the heavier ones exploded. Boom! Space trembled as if a wave of blood had swept through all things. Wah! Wah! The distant ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Sundermount both vomited blood and groaned. And this was the giant god race. Their bloodlines and bodies were incredibly powerful, and both of them were at the ancient god level. Suppressing the 10,000 races? What kind of race could have such power? Zhao Feng's blood was in turmoil, and he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, his chaos origin divine power was vast, his divine stages were stable, and he had the space-time robe to protect him. Only the 3 half-step god lords at Yu Heng's side were not affected by the suppressing the 10,000 races. Too terrifying. The 3 half-step god lords gasped, the bloodlines in their bodies trembling as if they had gone out of control. All around, in just a few seconds, hundreds of millions of insects had been left behind, and with every moment, tens of millions more were being killed. In order to resist that invisible bloodline suppression, one had to have a powerful bloodline and a powerful cultivation. Ordinary stem borers had bloodlines and cultivations equivalent to ordinary true gods. Just the suppression of energy was enough to make them self-detonate. Scram! Yu Heng slowly extended a hand, sending a terrifying beam of golden-silver divine light toward the stem borer mother nest. At that moment, unexpectedly, his attack tore apart the time profundity of this space, as well as other restrictions. It traveled thousands of miles through space. The stem borer queen let loose a cry of shock and horror, and its gargantuan nest abruptly shattered into hundreds of millions of stem borers that fled in all directions. Whoosh! 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 In just 10-some seconds, all the insects had retreated and vanished. All that was left was a thick layer of insect corpses. All things in the world were silent. At this moment, it was like only one person was left in this world. Looking down on the ancient era and reigning supreme. Yu Heng's every move and thought possessed a tyrannical might that could shatter all things. At this moment, he no longer had a body of flesh and blood, nor did he have the body of a true god or an ancient god. He had transformed into an ancient god devil. Ancestral artifact fragment, you've already consumed a great deal of your law origin. I'm afraid that you won't be able to fight against me. Yu Heng slowly walked toward the ancient fortress. In front of the ancient fortress, the ancestral artifact fragment trembled, but it did not submit. It muttered, the ancient race duplication plan. Chapter 1389. The ancestral artifact fragment trembled but it didn't submit. It whispered, the ancient race duplication plan. The ancient race duplication plan. The members of Ancient Soul Hall and the giant god race were all stunned. Among the 10,000 primordial races, the number 1 race, the primordial race, had once dominated the wilderness and suppressed all other races. As for the highly intelligent Heaven's Legacy race, they attempted to replicate this bloodline and control the primordial race's perfect connate god-fiend bloodline. This plan was the ancient race duplication plan. He's from the Heaven's Legacy race. The 3 half-step god lords of Ancient Soul Hall were dazed for a few moments before guessing at Yu Heng's identity. The ancient race duplication plan was the Heaven's Legacy race's plan. Along the way, Yu Heng had been able to easily disarm the mechanisms and arrays of the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, Yu Heng was very familiar with this place and had the confidence of a map. It's actually the Heaven's Legacy race. Ancient god Jaelsia's face was covered in shock and fear. The Heaven's Legacy race, one of the top 5 mythical races of the 10,000 ancient races. The Heaven's Legacy race wasn't particularly talented in combat, and they couldn't even compare to the Ancient Soul race. But the Heaven's Legacy race had its own reasons for being ranked 3rd. Every member of Ancient Soul Hall looked at Yu Heng in a different light. They finally understood why the God Lord experts of Ancient Soul Hall were so obedient to God Lord Stellar Aspect. This was because Yu Heng and God Lord Stellar Aspect were both members of the Heaven's Legacy race. In the face of the 3rd-ranked Heaven's Legacy race, the Ancient Soul race was truly insignificant. The Heaven's Legacy race's ancient race duplication plan succeeded. Xian Wuheng's gaze was deep as he muttered in confusion. The Heaven's Legacy race had vanished long ago, and countless years had passed since the ancient race duplication plan. Even the Divine Master experts who had survived since the primordial era might not be sure if this plan had succeeded or not. That's right. This is the result of our race's primordial race replication plan. Yu Heng proudly said as he stared at the ancestral artifact fragment. At this moment, Yu Heng acknowledged his identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race, and he also acknowledged the reason for his tyrannical bloodline. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yu Heng, and their hearts were filled with shock. You are not a true ancient race member. The ancestral artifact fragment carefully examined Yu Heng. What? Ancient God Sundermount, Ancient God JLC, and the others were alarmed. The power that Yu Heng had displayed just now was world-shaking and intimidated all races. But the ancestral artifact fragment actually said that Yu Heng wasn't a true ancient race member. Humph, let's attack together and seize the ancestral artifact fragment. Yu Heng snorted coldly. The ancient race bloodline in his body was incomplete. Yes. The three half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall answered and charged out. Although they trusted in Yu Heng's power, the ancestral artifact fragment wasn't easy to deal with. The three of them surrounded and attacked from three directions. As for Yu Heng, he was directly approaching the ancestral artifact fragment. What should we do? Ancient God Resplendence appeared rather flustered. At this moment, only three factions remained: Ancient Soul Hall, the ancestral artifact fragment, and the giant god race team. Among them, their team was the weakest. Of their enemies, the Ancient Soul Hall team was the strongest. Let's wait and see. Xian Wuhan whispered. Although the situation was dire, they couldn't just leave like this. The giant god race had entered this place in order to gather as many resources as possible so that it could rise again. But to their surprise, Ancient Soul Hall had also sent people here, presumably with a significant harvest. This meant that Ancient Soul Hall would become even stronger than before. Moreover, Yu Heng and the three half-step god lords of Ancient Soul Hall were preparing to subdue the ancestral artifact fragment. Once they succeeded, Ancient Soul Hall would only get even stronger, and the giant god race would never be able to rise again and take revenge. Even so, the giant god race team did not dare to recklessly attack. Yu Heng had already activated the power of the ancient race. A casual attack from this terrifying power could instantly kill a rank 9 ancient god. Not even Xian Wuhan would dare to clash head-on with it. Ancestral artifact fragment, give yourself up. Submitting to me is your honor. Yu Heng faintly smiled as he and the three half-step god lords of Ancient Soul Hall surrounded the ancestral artifact fragment. You want me to submit to you? Keep dreaming. The ancestral artifact fragment indignantly said. Pop. The ancestral artifact fragment immediately began to exude powerful time energy, its dazzling white light illuminating the world. The three half-step god lords of Ancient Soul Hall froze, the invisible time energy around them constantly twisting and distorting their bodies. Stubborn fool. Yu Heng's expression chilled as he descended. And then, the time energy exuded by the ancestral artifact fragment immediately crumbled the moment it touched Yu Heng's body. So powerful. Truly terrifying. The three members of Ancient Soul Hall and the giant god race team were all stunned by this sight. When the terrifying power of time touched Yu Heng's primordial race god-fiend body, it actually disintegrated. One had to realize that the time energy unleashed by the ancestral artifact fragment contained a time law. Anyone below the God-Lord level would be helpless against it. Ancient race, God-Devil body. The ancestral artifact fragment spoke in a deep voice. The power of the ancient race was truly terrifying. Even though Yu Heng's bloodline was incomplete, he still possessed an unparalleled and tyrannical strength. Surrender. As Yu Heng approached, he slowly extended a hand. A terrifying beam of golden-silver light pierced through the void toward the ancestral artifact fragment. At this moment, his attack directly tore apart the surrounding time profundities and other restrictions. It traveled thousands of miles through space. Oh no! The ancestral artifact fragment grimaced. Buzz. Bzzz. The fragment immediately began to exude a profound white light. At the same time, a peerlessly powerful time energy began to spread, forming a protective barrier that attempted to slow down Yu Heng's attack. But as the destructive beam of golden-silver light approached, the energy exuded by the fragment still crumbled, though it dissipated a little more slowly. The ancestral artifact fragment used this opening to flee in a streak of spacetime light. The three members of Ancient Soul Hall immediately pursued. Unnecessary resistance. Yu Heng's expression was cold as he slightly raised his hands. Gold and silver lines began to emerge, exuding a dangerous energy that could shake the world. Not good. Yu Heng is about to use some secret art. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. At this moment, the dreamy silver ball in the God Eye dimension began to spin even faster, dreamy vortexes of light emerging from it. The three members of the giant god race felt their hearts tighten. The power that Yu Heng had displayed was simply too strong, and with the addition of three half-step god lords, there was basically no one here that could contend against him. The fleeing ancestral artifact fragment trembled slightly in fear when it saw this. At this moment, Yu Heng's eyes flashed as he used his secret art. A moment later, the dreadful energy on his body weakened, and some parts of his god-devil body began to turn transparent. With a thought, Yu Heng took out a white test tube the size of a finger from his interspatial dimension. A ball of golden-silver blood quietly flowed within the test tube. The blood flowed out of the test tube and into the mouth of Yu Heng's god-devil body. Boom! Yu Heng's energy instantly swelled, and that ancient energy that looked down on the world caused the bloodlines of all the nearby creatures to tremble. He's recovered his strength, and he's even stronger than before. Xin Wuhan was stunned. Not good. The fear in the ancestral artifact fragment's heart continued to climb. If this continued, it really would be captured by Yu Heng. At this moment, the ancestral artifact fragment sensed something. It changed directions and flew toward the ruined castle. Don't even think about escaping. The three members of Ancient Soul Hall doggedly pursued. Now that they knew who Yu Heng and God Lord Stellar Aspect were, they were filled with remorse for their previous actions and words, so they did their best to contribute. Suddenly, a white streak of light shot out of the ruined castle. Ancient God Qing Yun. The members of the giant god race cried out in alarm. Because of the powerful spacetime suppression, they had not sensed that ancient god Qing Yun was hiding here. Zhao Feng was also alarmed, and he used the ability of his left eye to peer into the castle. However, the process was extremely difficult, and what he could see was abnormally distorted. So, the interior of the castle is an independent dimension. Zhao Feng immediately understood. He had tried to peer into the castle before, but he had no success. Now that ancient god Qing Yun had emerged from the castle, he finally understood. Ancient god Qing Yun rapidly approached the ancestral artifact fragment. Stop him! Ancient god Ice Jade called out in alarm. But it was too late. Ancient god Qing Yun moved with incredible speed. The moment he touched the ancestral artifact fragment, he immediately sent some energy into it and used a secret art to coordinate with it. In a flash of light, the two of them fled into the ruined castle. Rather fast. Yu Heng stopped using his secret art and slowly approached the castle. What should we do now? The three half-step god lords of Ancient Soul Hall immediately turned to Yu Heng, ready to follow his orders. Go in. Yu Heng indifferently said, appearing completely fearless. At the same time, his god-devil body began to shrink, and the intimidating ancient energy began to fade as if he was conserving energy. Then what about them? Ancient god JLC glanced at the giant god race. With the ancestral artifact fragment, nothing will be a problem. Yu Heng faintly smiled as he entered the castle. Their team was already far stronger than the giant god race's team. Once they obtained the ancestral artifact fragment, killing the giant god race team would be easy. Whoosh, the ancient Soul Hall team entered the ruined castle, their energy completely vanishing. The giant God race team and Zhao Feng stood in place, unsure of what to do. Brother Zhao, what do you think? Xian Wuheng asked. Entering the ruined castle would undoubtedly be even more dangerous, but they also had no way of leaving this dimension. Moreover, if Yu Heng's team obtained the ancestral artifact fragment and began to plunder resources, the giant god race would never be able to rise again. Let's go in and take a look. Zhao Feng firmly said after thinking for a few moments. Just now, when Yu Heng's team entered the ruined castle, the strange activity of his god's spiritual eye slowly calmed down. From this, one could see that his left eye was somewhat connected to the energy of the ancient race. If he wanted to uncover the secrets of his left eye, perhaps this was his only chance. Chapter 1390. The members of the giant god race wanted to enter the fortress. Everything inside was unknown, and the danger was too great. However, if ancient Soul Hall was even stronger, the giant god race would be at the greatest disadvantage. Moreover, they could not leave this dimension, so it was better to take a gamble. Zhao Feng's strength was engraved deep in their hearts. If Zhao Feng was willing to go with them, they would have an even greater chance of protecting themselves. Whoosh, soon after, the group of people approached the ancient castle and rushed in through the gap. After a moment of spacetime disorder, they felt the spacetime suppression on their bodies grow even stronger, and their bodies sank. The world was a vast expanse of grotesque rocks, and the occasional bit of vegetation had long since withered. Such a barren place, but it's exuding such powerful time energy. Xian Wuheng's eyes dimmed. The moment they entered, they felt a powerful suppression. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount felt like they were stuck in a quagmire and found it difficult to move. Bzzzzz. Zhao Feng circulated his dark silver Chaos Origin divine power and immediately felt much more relaxed. At the same time, the Chaos Origin divine power absorbed the invisible time energy of the world and strengthened it. Just what kind of place is this? How could the suppression be so strong? Ancient God Sundermount's face turned red, and he immediately circulated his giant god race bloodline to feel a little better. Ancient God Cheng Yun should be up ahead. Xian Wuheng said after sensing through his message token. Ancient God Cheng Yun was with the ancestral artifact fragment while the ancient Soul Hall group was pursuing the ancestral artifact fragment. The group then began to carefully move out. Firstly, the spacetime suppression here was extremely strong. This also meant that they were all weakened. In addition, they had to be on guard against the ancient Soul Hall group and the ancestral artifact fragment. When the ancestral artifact fragment was complete, it was a time ancestral artifact, so it should not be affected here. And Yu Heng, who was using the energy of the ancient race, was even more domineering and disdainful. The spacetime intense suppression here was extremely powerful, so their advance was extremely slow. It was possible to use all their strength to resist this suppression, but it would consume too much energy. One day later, slow down. Zhao Feng suddenly said. The suppression in this dimension was unprecedentedly strong. The suppression of his god's spiritual eye was relatively small. The group immediately stopped. They all understood just how powerful Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was. It's the ancient Soul Hall group up ahead. Zhao Feng said in a low voice. The other people's expressions changed abruptly. Ancient Soul Hall and the giant god race were still enemies, but the appearance of the ancestral artifact fragment had temporarily changed their target. If they took the initiative to approach the ancient Soul Hall group, they would definitely be attacked. They stopped. Zhao Feng said again. Why is that? The members of the giant god race were somewhat confused. Logically speaking, given the strength of the ancient Soul Hall group and Yu Heng, they should have no need to fear the ancestral artifact fragment, but they had actually stopped for the time being. Charge over and take the ancestral artifact fragment. Ancient God JLC immediately said. There's no hurry. Yu Heng's expression was calm as he stared into the distance. In the middle of a spacious, rocky area, stood a gigantic ancient tree. Its entire body was grayish-white and emitted an ancient aura, as if it was the center of this space, manipulating the power of time. But this ancient tree did not have a single leaf. Some parts of it had already festered, and broken branches had fallen to the ground. At a glance, it seemed like it was about to wither and die. Ancient god Qingyun was seated cross-legged at the base of the tree, the ancestral artifact fragment floating next to him. The three half-step god lords were all shocked and confused. Just what sort of tree is that? Ancient god Ice Jade asked. Even if the ancestral artifact fragment and ancient god Qingyun worked together, they were still far from being a match for them. But Yu Heng had chosen not to attack, probably because of that gray-white tree. This ancient tree appeared to be on the verge of withering, but all the time energy in the world seemed to be centered around it, so it was definitely no ordinary tree. The ancestral artifact fragment is guarding this place because of the tree of time, the core of this space. Yu Heng faintly smiled. The tree of time. The core. The three members of Ancient Soul Hall were confused. Alas, the tree of time is on the verge of withering. Otherwise, if we controlled the tree of time, we would be able to control this entire space. Yu Heng sighed. If he controlled this entire space, he would not be suppressed by this place, and his strength would even be boosted. When the time came, he would be able to pluck all the precious resources in this place. Alas, the tree of time seemed to be on the verge of withering and dying. Let's stay here for a while and return to peak condition. After Yu Heng finished speaking, his figure disappeared and he entered a separate cultivation space. There seems to be some unknown variable in that place. Yu Heng muttered. Perhaps it was because the tree of time and the ancestral artifact fragment were too high level, making it more difficult for him to speculate. Just in case, it was best to stay here for a while. Moreover, every time he used the power of the ancient race, it would have an extremely powerful side effect that required time to recover. On the other end, let's go around them and see what's going on up ahead. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. The group took a detour around them and began to advance in a different direction. It didn't take long before Zhao Feng came to a stop in alarm. Bzzzzz. Zhao Feng presented the scene he had seen to him. Ancient God Qingyun and the ancestral artifact fragment are both there. Ancient God Resplendent's eyes flashed. Xian Wuheng's eyes were focused on the gray-white tree. This ancient tree should be the core of this dimension. Xian Wuheng said after a few moments of thought. Core. The others were all taken aback. They could only tell that the ancient tree was extraordinary, but Xian Wuheng was the only one who could determine the specific use of the ash-gray ancient tree. Alas, it's about to wither. Otherwise, if we could control it, we might have been able to deal with Ancient Soul Hall. Ancient God Resplendence regretfully said. At the very least, Ancient Soul Hall can't control the core. Xian Wuheng said. This was actually good news. The Tree of Time was the core of this dimension and was of an extremely high level. Ordinary methods were simply incapable of reviving it. If they don't move, we won't move either. Zhao Feng entered the space-time robe dimension. The situation was urgent, so he needed to use every bit of time to increase his strength. Swish. Swish. Closing his eyes, several time resources appeared in front of Zhao Feng's eyes. These time resources had all been obtained from the ruins of the ancient fortress and were of extremely high quality. He divided his mind into two. One part absorbed the time essence of these resources while the other used his chaos origin divine power to absorb time energy. At the same time, Zhao Feng removed the spatial isolation of the spacetime robe, allowing the time energy from the outside world to enter and allowing the chaos origin divine power to absorb even more time energy. Within the spacetime robe, in less than 5 days, Zhao Feng's time intent smoothly reached level 7. With my time intent at level 7, my Chaos Origin Divine Power has gotten much stronger. Zhao Feng was rather surprised. Although his time intent had already reached the peak of level 6, his time intent had been advancing too quickly and he hadn't had much time to familiarize himself with it. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been so easy to advance. But in less than 5 days, he had broken through. The danger of the situation had stimulated Zhao Feng's potential. Moreover, the time suppression in this dimension was even stronger, and its energy was even purer, allowing Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Power to absorb it. Although his time intent had reached level 7, it only increased the power of his Chaos Origin Divine Power and made it more resistant to the suppression. It still wasn't very useful against the ancient Soul Hall group. For this reason, Zhao Feng did not rest and continued to consolidate his other intents. His space intent had reached level 8, his time intent had reached level 7, and many of his other intents were still stuck at peak level 6. Swish! Zhao Feng took out several intent cultivation resources. Although most of the precious materials in this space were related to the cultivation of the time profundity, there were also precious materials related to the cultivation of other profundities. In less than 10 days, Zhao Feng had raised his 5 elements and wind lightning intents to level 7. With this, his reserves were even firmer. Zhao Feng's mind sank into the divine stages in his dantian. Whoosh! Whoosh! The final medicinal energy of the 9 lotus jade life flower revolved around the nascent 9th divine stage. Zhao Feng immediately removed the layers of restrictions and began to absorb the medicinal energy. At the same time, Zhao Feng began to form his 9th divine stage. In the outside world, although the giant god race members were also cultivating, the aura of Zhao Feng's divine stages was so powerful that they could sense it. It didn't take long before a powerful bloodline fluctuation came from where Xian Wuhan was cultivating. At this critical moment, Xian Wuhan was doing his utmost to increase his strength. On the other side, it's about time. Yu Heng indifferently said. Bzzz. Space rippled, and then the 3 half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall emerged. My injuries have healed. Ancient god JLC immediately said. Of the 3, his injuries were the most severe. In order to quickly recover from his injuries, he had even used up all the extremely precious treasures he had obtained. Let's go. Our targets are the ancestral artifact fragment and the Tree of Time. Yu Heng faintly smiled. The 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall were startled. Anyone could see that the Tree of Time was on the verge of withering. Reviving it would be incredibly difficult. Not even a god lord would be able to do so. But Yu Heng had made it his target. Whoosh! 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 The Ancient Soul Hall group approached the Tree of Time. As they approached, the time suppression they felt suddenly doubled. Beneath the Tree of Time, ancient god Cheng Yun opened his eyes, the ancestral artifact fragment also exuding time ripples. Surrender! Yu Heng proudly stood up and shouted. The members of Ancient Soul Hall faintly smiled. Once they obtained the ancestral artifact fragment, all of this would be over, and the ancient god seal would be easy to obtain. But at this moment, you're quite bold to intrude upon my race's forbidden ground. A powerful and ancient voice resounded from within the Tree of Time. This voice echoed endlessly through the world, giving off a chaotic feeling that space and time were in disarray. Bzzz. A powerful bloodline aura, accompanied by the invisible power of time, spread into the surroundings. The bloodlines of the members of Ancient Soul Hall trembled, and their bodies began to twist and contort under this powerful time energy. There's still someone else. Ancient God Ice Jade's eyes dimmed as she stared at the Tree of Time. So powerful. Ancient God JLC warily said. This person's energy was extremely powerful, and this bloodline energy far surpassed that of the ancient soul race. It was at least in the top 10 ancient races. Yu Heng grimaced, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a mysterious shield of light to block this invisible energy. Bzzz. A ripple appeared on the trunk of the tree of time. An old figure slowly floated out from within. His body was extremely strange, formed from flowing white light. The moment he appeared, he began to draw upon the boundless time energy of the world, placing immense pressure on the members of Ancient Soul Hall. Chapter 1391. On the barren land, swish. Spacetime ripples appeared, and then Zhao Feng, wearing the spacetime robe, appeared. They've begun to move. Zhao Feng inspected the distance, a look of surprise on his face. Only he could observe the Ancient Soul Hall team and the situation with the Tree of Time. Bzzz. With a wave of his hand, a wave of spacetime energy swept through the area. The giant god race team immediately ended their cultivation and appeared. Everyone else turned to Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng's aura was even stronger and more profound. As the enormous time pressure approached Zhao Feng, the majority of it was devoured. As he stood there, Zhao Feng appeared extremely relaxed and indifferent. Zhao Feng, you've broken into rank 9. Ancient God Resplendence asked in surprise. Zhao Feng had already reached peak rank 8 some time ago, and now that he was in seclusion, his aura was even stronger. He had definitely broken into rank 9. Correct. Zhao Feng nodded. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount glanced at each other, unable to conceal the shock on their faces. In just a few months after entering the ruins, Zhao Feng had gone from rank 8 to rank 9. He was the one with the fastest cultivation speed of all of them. Ancient God Sundermount, who had interacted with Zhao Feng a long time ago, was even more shocked. When he first met Zhao Feng, he had only just broken into rank 8. Congratulations to Brother Zhao for advancing another level in strength. Xian Wuheng said with a smile. Before, Zhao Feng could easily crush a rank 9 and render even a half-step God Lord helpless. Now that he had broken through, his strength had definitely increased. This was a good thing for their team. Brother Xian, you've already become a half-step God Lord, right? Zhao Feng's deep left eye examined Xian Wuheng as he spoke. Xian Wuheng was taken aback. He had never imagined that Zhao Feng would be able to so easily see through him. As long as he reached peak rank 9, becoming a half-step God Lord wouldn't be a problem. He just needed some time to convert his divine power. They've already begun to move toward the Tree of Time. We can't fall behind. Zhao Feng went straight to the point. Then let's hurry over. We can't let Ancient Soul Hall succeed so easily. Ancient God Resplendence appeared rather worried. Swoosh, Zhao Feng and the others immediately approached the Tree of Time. Soon, the others could also see the situation near the Tree of Time. They're going to attack the ancestral artifact fragment. Ancient God Sundermount was alarmed. But right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, an old man whose entire body was shimmering with white light leaped out of the trunk of the Tree of Time. An ancient imperious voice could be heard, "How bold of you to trespass into the forbidden area of my tribe." At the same time, a powerful bloodline aura, accompanied by invisible time suppression, spread out in all directions. What happened? Ancient God Sundermount's body froze, his mind trembling. His cultivation and strength were the lowest among those present, so when the energy spread out, he was immediately unable to withstand it. That's the light race. Xian Wuheng's eyes lit up. The light race? The others grimaced. The light race was ranked 7th among the 10,000 ancient races, reputed to be the fastest race in the fan universe. How could there be a light race here? Ancient God Resplendence was shocked and confused. The Tree of Time, this dimension seems to have been created by a light race expert. Xian Wuheng said after thinking for a few moments. These words caused everyone to grimace and fall into deep thought. the Tree of Time, the three members of Ancient Soul Hall stared at the light race expert in shock. If they didn't know that Yu Heng was a member of the Heaven's Legacy race, they would have already submitted to this light race expert. I didn't think that there would still be a member of the light race living in this dimension. Yu Heng faintly smiled as he carefully examined the translucent white elder. Heaven's Legacy race. The old man's eyes were fixed on Yu Heng. A terrifying bloodline power that could shake the entire 8 desolates slowly spread out. With the Tree of Time as the center, the time suppression in the world suddenly intensified. It was so powerful that the 3 half-step god lords of Ancient Soul Hall felt like their bodies were being restrained, and time seemed to slow to a crawl. Yu Heng immediately took out a jade talisman, which gave off a powerful energy and a trace of laws, and it protected his surroundings. Since I've run into you, I'll completely exterminate you. Yu Heng showed no fear in the face of the light race expert's rage, a faint smile on his face the entire time. I'll give the 3 of you a chance. If you can deal with this person, you will have a chance to become a god lord. Yu Heng looked at the 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall and said. He could not recklessly use his ancient race bloodline. If the 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall could help him deal with this light race expert, that would be for the best. The 3 half-step god lords were taken aback, and they began to hesitate. There's no need to worry. This person was probably revived not too long ago. His injuries are rather severe, and he can only use the strength of a half-step god lord. Yu Heng indifferently said. Lord Twilight Valley. Ancient god Qing Yun couldn't help but call out to the light race elder. He truly had used a secret art of the light race together with the ancestral artifact fragment to revive this light race expert. But he had only revived Twilight Valley, he had not completely recovered his strength. Twilight Valley's expression instantly darkened. If he was at his peak, he would have killed all the ants here when he showed up. Okay. The 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall saw the expressions on Ancient God Qing Yun and Twilight Valley's faces and knew that Yu Heng was telling the truth. Moreover, Yu Heng's promise was extremely tempting. Whoosh! 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 The 3 half-step god lords charged forward. Accompanying them were 3 soul beasts. Darkwada Jail Dragon. One of ancient god Jailsia's arms bizarrely transformed into black liquid and began to swell, transforming into a black dragon more than 1,000 feet long. Roar. The black dragon roared, fused with ancient god Jailsia's soul beast, and then howled toward Twilight Valley. The ancient soul race dares to act so impudently in front of me. Twilight Valley's face chilled as he suddenly vanished. A moment later, Twilight Valley appeared behind ancient god Jailsi. Strange ripples of energy began to emanate from Twilight Valley's body. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a palm of wind composed of countless streams of white light. Oh no! Ancient god Jailsi grimaced in shock. In this dimension, the light race could be said to suffer no suppression and could even use instant movement. Ancient god Jailsi sensed Twilight Valley's sudden attack, but he was being affected by a powerful time energy. His thoughts and movements became extremely slow, making it impossible for him to react. Ice Jade Lotus Platform. Ancient god Ice Jade waved a slender hand, and an ice lotus platform immediately formed under ancient god Jailsia's feet. Twilight Valley's time energy was primarily used on ancient god Jailsi and had little effect on others. At the same time, ancient god Destruction Flow waved a palm, unleashing a roiling river of destruction. Whoosh! Ancient god Destruction Flow's soul beast fused with this river of destruction, making it even stronger. Moreover, ancient god Destruction Flow didn't need to expend any mental energy to control it. His soul beast would control his attacks and attack them. Swish! Twilight Valley's body blinked away. At the same time, his attack landed on ancient god Jailsi. Whoosh! A palm of flowing light pierced through the Ice Jade Lotus platform and through ancient god Jailsia's body. Plush. Ancient god JLC flew backward, vomiting blood. How could this be? Ancient god Ice Jade grimaced. Her defensive secret art was extremely effective against both physical and soul attacks. The light race has a time body. The time attacks they use target both the physical and soul, and they have extremely powerful piercing power. Yu Heng called out from the rear. In the distance, Zhao Feng and the others were reeling in shock. This is the true light race. Ancient god Sundermount said in shock. At the same level, the three half-step god lords of the ancient soul race were no match for the light race. When do we strike? Ancient god Resplendence asked. There's no rush. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng said at the same time. The three members of the ancient soul race were easy to deal with, but Yu Heng was a member of the Heaven's Legacy race that far surpassed the light race, and he also possessed the power of the ancient race. Attack together. Ancient god Ice Jade's expression chilled as she called out. Darkwada Jail Dragon. Ancient god Jailsia's face was ghastly pale and savage as he slowly spread open his arms, transforming them into two Darkwada Jail Dragons. Roar. The two 10,000-foot-long Darkwada Jail Dragons roared at the soul, carrying with them a destructive power as they howled forward. World-shattering destruction. Ancient god Destruction Flow waved his hands, unleashing two pitch-black rivers of destructive energy. A serpentine soul beast swam back and forth within these rivers of destructive energy, controlling the pitch-black river to surround Twilight Valley. Arctic Ice Mountain. Ancient god Ice Jade raised her hands and began to form a spell. Hisses. A black shark soared into the sky, wreathed in a storm of ice and snow. It transformed into a massive mountain of ice that exuded a cold energy that could pierce through all things. Kill. The three half-step god lords roared in unison. Broom. The pitch-black river, the Darkwada Jail Dragon, and the massive mountain of ice all descended, sealing off Twilight Valley. The secret techniques used by the three half-step god lords were infused with powerful space energy. Their goal was to disrupt the world and prevent Twilight Valley from using instant movement to escape. Although the ancient soul race isn't ranked as high as the light race, it's not some weak race. Die. The era of the light race has long since passed. The three half-step god lords viciously stared at Twilight Valley. As long as they could kill him, they could, with the help of the Heaven's Legacy race, become god lords. In addition, killing the light race, which was ranked 7th among the ancient races, would be a supreme glory for the ancient soul race. Heh, laughable. Twilight Valley sneered, his body surging with time energy. He brought his palms together, sending countless streams of energy surging toward them. Time obliteration. A ring-shaped time shockwave spread out from his palms. At this moment, white crystalline light illuminated the world. Wherever this time shockwave passed, all was silent, and everything in the world seemed to freeze. The attacks of the three half-step god lords rapidly weakened and began to dissipate. In the distance, the members of the giant god race sensed the irresistible shockwave of energy sweeping toward them. Law energy. The bodies, bloodlines, and even thoughts of the four present froze for a moment. Moreover, they were attacked by time energy. Their divine bodies and souls weakened, and a portion of their divine power vanished. Near Twilight Valley, plush. 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 The bodies and souls of the three half-step god lords were bombarded by this law energy, causing them to vomit blood, their faces ghastly. How could they be so strong? Even when the three of us worked together, we weren't a match for them. The three half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall were flabbergasted. The light race isn't something a weak race like you can offend. Twilight Valley floated in the air, his time body drawing upon the time energy of the world as if telling everyone that he was the master of this place. Chapter 1392. The light race's Twilight Valley was fighting alone against 3 half-step god lords of the ancient soul race, and he still had the upper hand. The 3 half-step god lords of ancient soul hall bitterly stared at Twilight Valley, their figures extremely miserable. The 3 of you can't even handle a minor matter like this? Yu Heng slightly shook his head. The 3 half-step god lords of ancient soul hall had extremely gloomy expressions. They had not expected for the difference in bloodlines between the ancient soul race and the light race to be so great. The 3 of them working together could not even deal with a single person. It's useless. Yu Heng snorted once more. The 3 half-step god lords of ancient soul hall grimaced at these words. Now that they thought about it, from start to finish, they had never played a significant role. If they needed Yu Heng to take action at a time like this, they would have made no contribution at all. When the time came, they would have to depend on Yu Heng and God Lord Stellar Aspect's moods if they wanted to get a generous reward. I'll have to trouble you to lay down a space sealing array. Ancient God Ice Jade called out. The light race was already extremely fast, and they were not suppressed in this dimension. They could also use instant movement, giving them the advantage of speed just like Zhao Feng. They were far too difficult to deal with. No problem. With a flip of Yu Heng's palm, a miniature silver array appeared. As it turned out, while the 3 half-step god lords were fighting with Twilight Valley, Yu Heng had already begun to lay down this array. Go! Yu Heng immediately threw out the array. Hisses! The miniature silver array floated into the air and began to expand, enveloping an area with a radius of nearly 500,000 li around the Tree of Time. At the edge of the array, I'm also within the range of the array. Zhao Feng suddenly said. As expected of the Heaven's Legacy race. Xian Wuhan muttered. Twilight Valley was simply too powerful, skilled in time and space intent. Ordinary space sealing arrays would probably be ineffective against him. Thus, Yu Heng had the 3 half-step god lords hold down the light race experts from the very beginning. As for himself, he had secretly constructed a space sealing array. In addition, the space sealing array just so happened to include Zhao Feng. If this was the case, Zhao Feng wouldn't even be able to use instant movement to interfere. Heaven's Legacy race. Twilight Valley's gaze was profound as he stared at Yu Heng. He naturally knew that this member of the Heaven's Legacy race was the most difficult to deal with. The ancestral artifact fragment and ancient god Qing Yun had told him about Yu Heng's control over the power of the ancient race. As a member of the light race, he was well aware of just how terrifying the number 1 ancient race was, so Twilight Valley did not recklessly attack Yu Heng. Otherwise, he would have disregarded everything and killed Yu Heng right from the start. In a little while, help me kill these 3 half-step god lords. This way, our chances of victory will be a little higher. Twilight Valley silently messaged the ancestral artifact fragment. In his current state, his chances of winning against Yu Heng, who possessed the power of the ancient race, were low. If he had the ancestral artifact fragment, his chances would be even greater. When the time came, as long as they could swiftly kill the ancient Soul Hall trio, Yu Heng would find it difficult to fight alone. Moreover, his bloodline would not last for long, so he would eventually lose. All right. The ancestral artifact fragment floated motionlessly. While it was outside, it had expended a great deal of energy to stop the Locust Moth race and restrain the ancient Soul Hall group. At this moment it was recovering at full speed. Once the space sealing array was set up, the 2 of you attack. I'll support the 2 of you. Ancient God Ice Jade messaged the other 2 members of her race. Kill. Ancient God JLC and Ancient God Destruction Flow nodded and charged forward. Dark Sea Double Dragon Strike. Ancient God JLC brought his palms together, his arms transforming into waves of black water that rapidly expanded into a 2-headed black water hell dragon. Whoosh! Ancient God Jaelsia's soul beast entered the 2-headed black dragon. This way, it could both increase the power of its attacks and reduce the mental burden on Ancient God JLC. Annihilation Vortex. Ancient God Destruction Flow did not back down and unleashed a pitch-black vortex. In the center of this vortex, one could faintly make out a savage dragon snake roaring and twisting. Truly ignorant. Twilight Valley bellowed as he waved his palms. The-ish. 2 palms of wind flowing with crystalline white light slashed forward. In a flash, Ancient God Destruction Flow and Ancient God JLC were suppressed by time energy and seemed to enter a world in slow motion. The 2 palms of wind shot forward with lightning-fast speed. Don't even think about it. Ancient God Ice Jade's face chilled as a dark purple ice pearl appeared in her hand. Countless snowflakes danced within it. The moment the dark purple ice pearl appeared, it exuded a cold and sinister energy that could pierce into one's marrow. Nether Ice Barrier. Ancient God Ice Jade's palm slammed against the dark purple ice pearl, unleashing a terrifying cold energy that instantly filled the world. At the same time, dark gray ice jade armor appeared on the bodies of Ancient God Destruction Flow and Ancient God JLC. Swish. This time, Twilight Valley's time attack did not instantly pierce through the armor. Instead, it hissed and hissed. The ice jade armor blocked for a few moments before the time blade pierced through. But now, Twilight Valley's attack was weakened while Ancient God Destruction Flow and Ancient God JLC had already activated their secret defensive skills, so they did not suffer much damage. Oh. The supreme quality divine artifact of the Nether Ice race, the Deep Chill Pearl. Yuheng faintly smiled. The ancient soul race naturally didn't have the ability to resist the power of the light race. However, Ancient God Ice Jade's Deep Chill Pearl was a supreme quality divine artifact of the 16th ranked Ice Nether race. It contained the power of the Ice Nether race and could somewhat resist the power of the light race. The-ish. Twilight Valley's eyes flashed as he transformed into a mysterious ray of light that dodged the attacks of the Ancient Soul Hall members. Kill. Ancient God Destruction Flow and Ancient God JLC chuckled as they once more charged at Twilight Valley. Of the 3 of them, Ancient God Ice Jade was the strongest precisely because of this supreme quality divine artifact. Freezing Mist. As Ancient God Ice Jade assisted the other 2, she also used the supreme quality divine artifact, the Deep Chill Pearl, to attack. The Deep Chill Pearl began to blow out a gray-white mist made of drifting snowflakes. Swish. Ancient God Ice Jade's Soul Beast charged in, bringing with it the freezing mist to attack Twilight Valley. The freezing mist turned everything it passed into ice, and even the powerful time energy in the area was somewhat affected. The-ish. Twilight Valley transformed into a mysterious ray of light that flew through the world, dodging all the attacks of the 3 half-step godlords. Stop him. Ancient God Destruction Flow and Ancient God JLC attacked with all their might, hoping to block Twilight Valley's path of escape. As long as Ancient God Ice Jade's attacks hit Twilight Valley, they would be able to somewhat affect his speed. This way, they would gradually gain the advantage. Swoosh swoosh. Twilight Valley continued to flee, apparently unable to fight back against the 3 half-step godlords. Heh, die. Ancient God JLC savagely laughed. The 2 Nether Sea JLC dragons immediately separated, turning into 2 Nether Sea JLC dragons that attacked Twilight Valley from 2 sides. In front of him was Ancient God Destruction Flow's Destruction Vortex, and behind him was Ancient God Ice Jade's Freezing Mist. It seemed like they were about to succeed and injure Twilight Valley for the first time. But at this moment, a powerful ripple of time law energy appeared in another direction. Ancient God Muyu extended his left hand, exuding time energy. The-ish. In a flash of light, the ancestral artifact fragment appeared in Twilight Valley's hand. Die. Twilight Valley gripped the ancestral artifact fragment, and his power swelled. Boundless time energy swept through the surroundings, distorting space itself. Previously, he had pretended to be in a weak position and was forced into desperate straits by the 3 half-step god lords. This way, the 3 half-step god lords would slowly lower their guard, and as he fled, he would occasionally close the distance between him and his enemies. With the ancestral artifact fragment in his hand, he was certain that he could instantly kill 1 or 2 half-step god lords. Heh! At this moment, a cold and indifferent laugh resounded through the air. Boom! In the distance, a tyrannical ancient energy that looked down on both past and present erupted. Boom! The-ish! This tyrannical bloodline energy soared into the sky, accompanied by a mysterious golden-silver light that caused the world to tremble. The one who will die is you. The moment he finished speaking, Yuheng fired off a tyrannical golden-silver divine light. Kaboom! Crack! This golden-silver divine light shattered all the time energy in its path and then shattered the attacks of the ancient Soul Hall trio. A moment later, Yuheng's attack arrived in front of Twilight Valley. Oh no! Twilight Valley grimaced in shock and immediately activated the ancestral artifact fragment. Buzz! Bzzz! A crystalline barrier of white light appeared in front of him. This was a defensive barrier condensed from a time law. Not only did it possess formidable defensive power, it could also weaken the power of an attack. Boom! Bang! The golden-silver divine light struck the barrier. A moment later, the white barrier shattered. Boom! Twilight Valley was injured by the remaining power of the attack, and his body flew backward, leaving a deep hole in the ground. So strong! The 3 half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall were all stunned. They had done all they could to injure Twilight Valley, but Yuheng was able to shatter Twilight Valley's defensive secret art and heavily injure him. Heh, even if it's only a half-finished product, it's not something a mere light race like you can contend against. Yuheng's lips perked up. At that instant, the power of time between the heavens and earth was suppressed by a domineering, ancient aura. It was like Yuheng was the only one left in the world, the only sovereign. He's intentionally letting us go first so that he can find a weakness in the light race experts and strike when the time is right. Ancient God Ice Jade's expression darkened. The light race was the leader of the 10,000 ancient races in terms of speed. Not even the ancient race could compare. Even if Yuheng used the power of the ancient race, he would not be able to quickly decide the outcome. On the contrary, his bloodline would not last long, and the light race might be able to turn defeat into victory. For this reason, Yuheng had the 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall go first while he observed the battle, secretly preparing to strike at any moment. Although they knew that they had been used by Yuheng, they did not dare to complain. In addition, Yuheng's plan had succeeded. When he activated his ancient race bloodline, he had injured the light race. Victory was now decided. Lord Twilight Valley. Ancient God Chengyun anxiously rushed over. In order to revive Twilight Valley, he had consumed enormous amounts of energy and was no longer as strong as before, so he had been cultivating this entire time to recover. It really is, the power of the ancient race. Twilight Valley slowly flew up, his somewhat pale face glaring at Yuheng, his face brimming with hate and unwillingness. At the edge of the space ceiling array, the members of the giant god race were preparing to approach the Tree of Time and help the light race fight against the ancient Soul Hall group. But this sudden development made them feel like they had been struck by lightning, and they immediately froze. How could this be? The members of the giant god race instantly grimaced. They had not expected for Yuheng to use this sort of method to suddenly attack the light race experts. At this moment, even if they rushed over to help the light race, their chances were extremely slim. Brother Zhao, what should we? Xin Wuheng was just about to ask Zhao Feng when he suddenly realized that Zhao Feng's current state was rather strange. Hiss. Zhao Feng was holding his head in his hands, his brow tightly furrowed as he shook his head. Within the God Eye dimension, the dreamy silver ball began to rapidly spin, layer after layer of dreamy mist spreading out. Glimmers of dreamy light appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes as he struck the air. Pop! Pop! The dreamy light struck the air and caused it to crack like a bubble. The three members of the giant god race were frightened out of their wits, and their bloodlines trembled in fear. Chapter 1393. Zhao Feng's eye began to glow with dreamy light as it struck the air. Pop! Pop! The dreamy light struck the air and caused it to crack like a bubble. The three members of the giant god race were frightened out of their wits, and their bloodlines trembled in fear. Brother Zhao, what's wrong? Ancient God Sundermount probingly asked. His eye. Ancient God Resplendence stared at Zhao Feng's left eye, her mind reeling in shock as she took several steps back. One had to realize that not even a God Lord could shatter this high-level dimension. But the energy unleashed by Zhao Feng's left eye was causing space to show signs of shattering. Bzzzzz. Under Zhao Feng's full control, his left eye gradually stabilized, and the dreamy light vanished. I'm fine. The dizziness and confusion in his soul had also vanished. Zhao Feng turned to the Tree of Time, his eyes darkening. We underestimated the people of Ancient Soul Hall and the Heaven's Legacy race. Xian Wuheng sighed. It's not like there's no chance. At the very least, the three half-step god lords of Ancient Soul Hall are all injured, and Yu Heng's ancient race energy has a time limit. Zhao Feng thought for a few moments before speaking. All of them had been so intimidated by the supreme power Yu Heng had displayed that they could no longer calmly analyze the situation. Okay. Xian Wuheng understood what Zhao Feng meant. They still had a chance. Whoosh, the group of four flew toward the Tree of Time. The Tree of Time, damn, there are other enemies. A hint of despair appeared on Twilight Valley's hateful and unwilling face. Your Excellency, they are enemies of Ancient Soul Hall. Ancient God Qingyun said. Of course, Ancient God Qingyun was now completely under the control of the thought body. That's still useless. Twilight Valley shook his head. Although the enemy of an enemy was a friend, even if the giant god race was willing to help them, their chances of victory were still minuscule. The Heaven's Legacy race's Yu Heng controlled some of the ancient race's energy. Not even the light race could contend against the power of the ancient race, much less the giant god race. Twilight Valley, that silver-haired brat isn't simple. He even tamed the Heaven's Legacy cat. The ancestral artifact fragment messaged. Is that so? Heaven's Legacy cat? Twilight Valley was taken aback as he examined Zhao Feng. You've finally come out. This is just right. I'll catch all of you in one go. Yu Heng looked at the giant god race approaching from the distance and began to laugh. If Zhao Feng and the others didn't appear, they would have to rest for a while after dealing with the light race and obtaining the ancestral artifact fragment before they could eliminate the giant god race. But now, the giant god race had rushed over while he was activating his bloodline. Since that was the case, he would solve all the problems at once. Boom! A primordial aura spread into the surroundings, causing everyone to feel suffocated and their blood vessels to tremble. Die! Yu Heng quickly sent out a palm strike, targeting Zhao Feng and the others. Boom! A golden-silver divine light ignored all, piercing through the void and descending upon the giant god race group. Not good. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Xian Wuheng suddenly stepped forward, his giant god race bloodline activated, and white crystalline light illuminated the sky. At the same time, the energy of a five elements law began to slowly spread out. Ordinary energy could not even withstand a single blow from Yu Heng. Only the energy of a law had a chance of resisting. Five elements law shattering palm. Xian Wuheng extended a palm, and five vortexes of energy of different colors appeared on his five massive fingers. Boom! As he thrust out his palm, a massive palm of five colored vortexes shot toward Yu Heng's attack with destructive momentum. But a moment later, boom! Bang! Xin Wuheng's attack was pulverized, and the golden-silver divine light continued onward. But Xin Wuheng managed to block Yu Heng's attack for a few moments, giving the others time to dodge. Broom! That golden and silver divine light bombarded the ground, destroying everything it touched along the way. He managed to block it for a while. Yu Heng was rather surprised. At this time, Xin Wuheng was already a half-step god lord. As a god lord in his last life, he understood how to use a law, and with the giant god race bloodline, he was essentially invincible against anyone below the god lord level. Heaven's legacy race, die. Twilight Valley seized this chance to press toward Yu Heng. Time slash. Twilight Valley swung the ancestral artifact fragment, unleashing a twisted blade of time energy. Hisses. This blade of time energy pierced through space, instantly arriving in front of Yu Heng and slashing down. When Twilight Valley was alive, he was at least a god lord expert and understood how to use a law. At this moment, he was using the ancestral artifact fragment to unleash a powerful time attack. An ordinary half-step god lord would have been powerless against this attack and would have been instantly slain. Even the 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall were somewhat worried about Yu Heng. This was an attack unleashed by a light race expert using the ancestral artifact fragment. Ha! Yu Heng sneered, and his ancient god-devil body exploded with an even more powerful bloodline energy. Bzzz. Swish. Gold and silver lines began to flow across his body, exuding a weak light. At a glance, Yu Heng seemed like 100,000 mountains, towering and suppressing all things in the world. Boom! Bang! At this moment, Twilight Valley's attack slammed into Yu Heng's body. But to everyone's surprise, the twisted blade of time energy only managed to cut a little deeper before its power abruptly weakened. Swoosh! The twisted blade of time energy continued to cut inward, but its power was fading even faster. Even if I only have 20 to 30% of the ancient race's bloodline power, you still can't do anything to my ancient god-devil body. Yu Heng raised his head and laughed. Swoosh! As the twisted blade of time energy continued to penetrate deeper, it began to run out of energy. Meanwhile, the wounds on Yu Heng's body rapidly healed. This, the ancient race. The 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall were dumbfounded. It was no wonder that the ancient race had been able to reign supreme over the countless races. The power of the ancient race was truly too inconceivable. In the distance, Zhao Feng was also stunned by this sight. Twilight Valley's attack using the ancestral artifact fragment was actually unable to do anything to Yu Heng. If that's the case, I'll attack from the soul. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. Although Yu Heng was incredibly powerful after activating his ancient race bloodline, his soul intent was still at the peak of rank 9. In a flash, a massive dreamy silver eye appeared in the sky above Yu Heng's head, exuding a dreadful energy. At this moment, the desolate and tyrannical energy exuded by Yu Heng seemed to weaken a little. This is... Yu Heng looked up at the sky with a puzzled look. His intuition told him that this eye was extremely unusual, and it even made him think of the 8 great god eyes. Gaze of the god eye. Zhao Feng used the Eye of Heaven to unleash a powerful soul eye bloodline technique. In the blink of an eye, a powerful soul-sucking force was emitted from the eye. The gaze of the god eye was even more powerful in the Eye of Heaven state, and even a half-step god lord would be affected. A soul-sucking eye bloodline technique. Ancient god JLC was taken aback. His injuries were rather severe, and even with his ancient soul body, he could sense a powerful suction force trying to pull him away. But on the other side, Yu Heng's smile only deepened. How could it be useless? Zhao Feng was stunned. When he used the gaze of the god eye on Yu Heng, he felt like he was trying to pull on a 10,000-foot tall mountain with incredible difficulty. Yu Heng, on the other hand, stood motionless. Ignorant. The ancient god-devil body is one with the soul and the body, supreme and flawless. Yu Heng loudly laughed as he waved his palm upward. In a flash, gold and silver divine light shot into the dreamy silver eye in the sky. Oh no! Zhao Feng grimaced, and his left eye began to pulse. He withdrew the eye of heaven as quickly as he could. But he was still half a second too late. Boom! An extremely small part of Yu Heng's attack had struck the eye of heaven, further affecting Zhao Feng's soul. Zhao Feng had always been supremely confident in his soul defense, but at this moment, he felt a pain even more intense than when his soul was split. Ah! The intense pain caused Zhao Feng to cry out in alarm, his hands clutching his head as he plummeted to the ground. Bzzz. The weak gold and silver divine light struck Zhao Feng's soul, destroying all. Until it reached the god's spiritual eye. In a flash, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye began to exude a dreamy vortex. Miraculously, the gold and silver divine light suddenly fell silent. The dreamy vortex then began to emit a suction force that absorbed the ancient race energy that had struck Zhao Feng's soul. Zhao Feng. The three members of the giant god race appeared worried. The soul attack reached his soul, but he didn't die. The confusion in Yu Heng's eyes deepened. As he looked at Zhao Feng, his gaze gradually shifted to Zhao Feng's left eye. His left eye. Yu Heng's mind suddenly became uneasy. Go! At this moment, Xian Wuheng roared and charged forward. Members of the giant god race, if you help me repel them, I will reward you handsomely. Twilight Valley immediately said. When Xian Wuheng attacked just now, he sensed that Xian Wuheng was no ordinary half-step god lord. There was a high chance that he was a reincarnated god lord. If this was the case, if they worked together, they might be able to fight back. Leave no one alive. Yu Heng growled. The three half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall charged forward as well. Scram! Xian Wuheng roared as he thrust out a finger. This finger was imbued with the powerful bloodline and physical strength of the giant god race and Xian Wuheng's comprehension of laws. Broom! Boundless worldly pressure rumbled toward the three half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall. Ancient god Destruction Flow and Ancient god JLC were pushed back, and Ancient god Ice Jade, who was skilled in defense, fared slightly better. At this moment, Ancient god Cheng Yun appeared at Xian Wuheng's side. Go and help Lord Twilight Valley. Ancient god Cheng Yun said, and then he began to attack the three half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall. After coming to the light race's forbidden ground, he had gotten much stronger, and he had mostly recovered from the exhaustion. Moreover, in this place, he was not suppressed and was even stronger. At the same time, Ancient God Resplendence, Ancient God Sundercloud, and the little thieving cat also entered the battle to help Ancient God Cheng Yun. The three half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall were injured in the battle against Twilight Valley, and they had expended a great deal of energy. Ancient God Cheng Yun's group did not hope to defeat their opponents, only to hold them down. Boom! Bang! Crash! Terrifying beams of energy swept across the vast and barren land, causing the entire world to madly tremble. Only Zhao Feng quietly lay on the edge of the battlefield. Within the God-Eye dimension, after absorbing the energy of the ancient race, the dreamy silver ball was restlessly spinning, exuding a dreamy mist that dyed the entire God-Eye dimension dreamy and illusory. Zhao Feng's mind was immersed in the dreamy silver ball, where he could see blurry images. Chapter 1394. Zhao Feng pushed his left eye to its limits. Dreamy mist began to revolve and seep into the surrounding spacetime before vanishing. There was no end to the battlefield, only endless explosions. What's going on, this energy? But the three members of Ancient Soul Hall were in hot pursuit. This was simply incomprehensible and absurd. His incredibly powerful attack that could kill an ordinary rank 9 ancient god had suddenly vanished without any warning. The primal chaos energy had transformed into a ball of dreamy colors. Each finger was enough to kill an ordinary rank 9. Ancient god Resplendence was injured by the shockwaves of the attack, vomiting blood as she was sent flying several. The ancient god Sundermount felt like 100,000 mountains were pressing down on his back, and a sense of impending doom engulfed his mind. Yes. Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley grimaced. They had just finished dealing with Xian Wuheng's attack when Twilight Valley's attack arrived. Retreat. Everything was covered in a dazzling light, making it seem like a dream. Broom. In this situation, the only way to survive was to use the God Eye disintegration to weaken the attack. Zhao Feng's dazed expression suddenly transformed to one of delight. But with Yu Heng here, they simply couldn't go to Zhao Feng's aid. A moment later, Zhao Feng roared as he madly activated his left eye. The ball of primal chaos energy instantly pierced through the distance, destroying everything in its path as it arrived on the other side of the battlefield. But ancient god Destruction Flow's attack did not change, and a deathly crisis descended. Don't even think about it. It seemed like this energy had always been illusory, and the slightest touch would cause it to vanish like a dream. Boom. Bang. Crash. Whoever he wanted dead would die. Damn. If not for Xian Wuheng, I would have definitely defeated the light race. Layer after layer of dreamy mist began to spread, dyeing the gray sky and earth in a dazzling light. Boom. Bang. Thud-ish. Not far away, hiss. Not good. Retreat. The two of them used all their strength to launch fierce attacks on Yu Heng. Zhao Feng was struck dumb. But at this moment, who? Twilight Valley gripped the ancestral artifact fragment and unleashed a twisted blade of time energy. Twilight Valley bellowed as he flew off with Xian Wuheng. At this moment, the surroundings collapsed, and all the figures in the vicinity retreated rapidly. In a one-on-one battle, none of them were a match for Yu Heng. The 3 half-step god lords rejoiced. Ancient god Destruction Flow's smile instantly froze. But just now, his attack was like a bubble that suddenly burst and disappeared. He couldn't feel anything at all. It was as if the river of destruction had never existed in the first place. The two of you are indeed difficult to deal with. Since that's the case, I'll get rid of everyone else first. Haha, Zhao Feng stared at the river and growled. At this moment, he couldn't use his god power as he wished, nor could he use his super-fast speed. He could only try the god's spiritual eye. The two of them could work together to deal with Yu Heng, but once 3 half-step god lords joined the fray, the two of them would have no chance of victory. Xian Wuheng shouted. Xian Wuheng's figure moved quickly, and he kept pointing out colorful giant light fingers one after another. What's going on? Yu Heng said to himself. What's going on? Based on what Yu Heng had said, he only had 20 to 30% of the ancient race's bloodline power. Heh, where are you running? Just obediently accept your death. The world around him slowly returned to normal. During this period of time, wondrous and profound comprehensions began to flow into Zhao Feng's soul with great difficulty. But there was still some time energy that had some effect, blocking these attacks for a moment. Bzzzzz. Although the pitch-black river charging toward Zhao Feng was still pitch-black, it was now flowing with other colors, making it seem like a river of different colors. Whoosh! So powerful, just what sort of battle is this? Thump thump. Thump thump. Broom. Zhao Feng's left eye stared at ancient god Destruction Flow's attack and began to activate it. God Eye. Disintegration. Extinguish for me. Suddenly, he turned around and distanced himself from Twilight Valley and Xian Wuheng. The slightest rustle in the wind was enough to make this ball of dreamy colors vanish. He struggled to his feet and stared at ancient god Destruction Flow, but he realized that his mind was in chaos and he found it difficult to circulate his energy. A lowly ant like you dares to contend with me. The ish. Yu Heng heartily laughed as the tyrannical ancient energy in his body surged out. This time Energy Blade ignored the limits of the world and possessed the power to destroy all. The world rumbled as destructive shockwaves rumbled through the surroundings. Zhao Feng's soul intent did not fall unconscious. Instead, it sank into the dreamy silver ball and saw blurry images. Earlier, Yu Heng believed that Zhao Feng had been struck by his attack and that his soul had been heavily injured, causing him to fall silent, so he ignored him. Time execution. Stalwart figures of various shapes and sizes appeared on the battlefield, their battle causing the heavens and earth to rend, the sun and moon to dim, and spacetime to shatter. Yu Heng coldly laughed as he turned and charged at Xian Wuheng. To Zhao Feng's surprise, he succeeded. Zhao Feng's mind trembled. All the figures in this battle possessed strength far exceeding that of an ordinary god lord. These two fellows have grasped law energy and extremely rich combat experience. They're rather difficult to deal with, but they still have openings. Over there was also a huge shadow that could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, all the colors gathered on that layer of primal chaos energy. In this opening, the three half-step god lords finally had time to deal with the situation. This energy caused the bloodlines of the three half-step god lords, Twilight Valley, and Xian Wuheng to tremble as they all looked over. Kill. All we need to do is hold him down. Once this kid's ancient race bloodline energy is exhausted, we'll win. With this thought, the dreamy silver ball in the God Eye dimension began to spin even faster. So easily. This energy, could it be? Ancient God Destruction Flow savagely smiled as he approached Zhao Feng. Above the sky, an incomparably huge hand appeared, covering the sky and the sun, causing the entire land to darken even more. Ancient God Resplendence immediately suppressed her bloodline, shrank her body, and used a secret art to flee. Boom! Bang! Crash! He also knew that Zhao Feng could disintegrate attacks. But the speed of disintegration was not very fast, and the user could still sense the energy that was disintegrated. In the center of the battlefield, the image of an enormous god devil was unleashing a ball of primal chaos energy. Yu Heng's attack just now had killed Ancient God Sundermount and heavily injured Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Qingyun. Xian Wuheng was alarmed. Twilight Valley messaged Xian Wuheng. Zhao Feng's mind trembled. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. He had become like this because of the god's spiritual eye. Suddenly, two dazzling and dreamy colors appeared on the head of the blurry figure. Ancient God Destruction Flow immediately turned into a dark streak of light and shot toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng sensed danger approaching, but his head was still dizzy and swollen, and his mind was in chaos. He could not use any other energy as he wished. Not good. They're playing tricks. Zhao Feng. What do I do, what do I do? Zhao Feng let out a howl. Ancient God Destruction Flow, kill him before he awakens. Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley immediately began to flee. Layer after layer of dreamy mist began to spread. Zhao Feng flew into the air, but his body swayed back and forth in the air, his speed extremely slow. Yu Heng looked at Ancient God Resplendence and sneered. He waved his left palm through the air, sending a wave of gold and silver light howling in every direction. As for Zhao Feng, he was so fixated on this sight that he lost track of time. Although the wondrous sight before him left Zhao Feng in a daze, he didn't understand what was going on. Given his strength, none of Ancient God Resplendence, Ancient God Sundermount, or Qingyun would be able to take a single blow from him. No. Earlier, the three of them were still depressed that they were being held down by this group of scoundrels. This was simply a massive humiliation. Zhao Feng's left eye began to pulse, and he felt a swelling pain. The primordial figure unleashed a ball of dreamy power that instantly obliterated the destructive attack. Twilight Valley had been heavily injured by his sneak attack, so his speed had been affected. Don't panic. I'll send you down right now. Zhao Feng. Yu Heng immediately called out. Ancient God Resplendence called out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. In this place, Zhao Feng couldn't even tell where the sky was and where the earth was. His thoughts were almost frozen, and everything in the world seemed to slow down. Die. But ancient God Sundermount was unable to escape the range of Yu Heng's attack. By the time the attack reached him, he had already been obliterated. Buzz. Bzzz. A dreamy mist pierced through and began to analyze and disintegrate everything. The world in Zhao Feng's eyes underwent a massive transformation. Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley did their best to dodge, but they were still caught up in the shockwaves, and their injuries gradually worsened. However, the efficiency of this disintegration was extremely low. He was more shocked than anyone else present. Meow. In the distance, an astonishing energy suddenly rippled through the world. Boom. This was because even his ancient race bloodline was inexplicably throbbing. He had an ill foreboding. Giant God Descending Palm. On the other end, the giant god race, the little thieving cat, and the others were fiercely clashing with the three half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall. Twilight Valley and Xian Wuheng had already arrived. Die. Where do you think you're going? Ha. In the rear, Yu Heng was far faster than the three half-step god lords, and he quickly arrived. Yu Heng's brow creased as he dodged. This mystical energy, perhaps I can do it as well. It turned out that Yu Heng had never planned to completely slaughter the rest of them. Zhao Feng's eyes widened, and his soul trembled. Once the rest of them were killed by Yu Heng, no matter how powerful the two of them were, they wouldn't be able to stop Yu Heng and the three half-step god lords. The time energy blade instantly arrived in front of Yu Heng. He just knew that Zhao Feng couldn't just remain silent like this. At this moment, a chaotic battlefield appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. I can't control any other energy, but what about the god's spiritual eye? At this moment, if it was a true ancient race, just how terrifying would it be? All of Xian Wuheng's attacks were obliterated. Yu Heng's expression darkened as he began to think. Hurry and stop him. Bzzz. On the ground, Zhao Feng's left eye began to glow with dreamy light, causing space and the earth to shatter and vanish like bubbles. Zhao Feng would probably still be heavily injured by ancient god Destruction Flow's attack, and he would find it hard to escape death. Xian Wuheng saw that his attack had been dodged and immediately used a large-scale combat skill. Yu Heng activated his ancient god devil body to take on Twilight Valley's attack. Xian Wuheng immediately called out. Zhao Feng inwardly called out. On the other side, ancient god Qing Yun's injuries were slightly lighter. It seemed like 1 year, 10 years, or 100 years had passed. Ancient God Resplendent's mind and bloodline trembled in fear, her face stricken with despair. Each finger of light was imbued with the powerful bloodline energy of the giant god race and a sliver of law energy. But when these time blades struck Yu Heng's body, it was like a mountain had suddenly been reduced to a pebble that fell into a pool of water, creating only a tiny ripple. At the same time, the three half-step god lords charged forward, casting aside ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Qing Yun. What a terrifying ancient race! No, ancient god Destruction Flow is coming. I have to. Although he was completely capable of taking on these attacks, the ancient race bloodline energy was limited, so it was best to conserve it as much as possible. Yu Heng grimaced. Ancient god Resplendence hissed. Heh, it's all over. Ancient god Ice Jade rejoiced, and the other two half-step god lords also smiled. In a one-on-one battle, he would have been able to quickly defeat Twilight Valley and seize the ancestral artifact fragment. Just now, he was trying out the move he had seen on the chaotic battlefield. I did it. Time stop. Buzz. Swoosh. The chaotic battlefield was covered in gray and fog, and Zhao Feng felt an immense pressure. It was apparent that this was not the case. It was no wonder that the ancient god race could look down on all the other races in the ancient desolate era. In just a short moment, those golden and silver divine lights were like a few giant meteors, destroying everything in their path and smashing down. Boom! Yu Heng sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the golden-silver divine lights howled into the distance. Ancient God Sundermount. The little thieving cat was the first to sense the approaching danger, but it had already vanished in a streak of silver-gray light. But his head was dizzy and his consciousness was blurry. His left eye was swollen and painful, and there was nothing he could do. Ancient God Destruction Flow waved a hand, sending a pitch-black river of destruction toward Zhao Feng. Yu Heng heartily laughed as he madly approached Twilight Valley and Xian Wuheng, occasionally unleashing a palm of gold and silver light. In comparison to Xian Wuheng, Twilight Valley's attacks were more troublesome. Yu Heng heartily laughed as he approached the other side of the battlefield. In the next moment, the dazzling black river suddenly burst like a bubble and disappeared without a trace, extinguish. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking ripple came from the center of the boundless battlefield, causing Zhao Feng's mind to tremble and he couldn't help but look over. Good! Yu Heng's coming. Broom! When the power of time came into contact with the golden-silver divine lights, it immediately crumbled apart. These blades of time energy contained immense time law energy. Yu Heng had no time to block them, so he could only take them head-on. Chapter 1395. In the distance, Twilight Valley, Xian Wuheng, Yu Heng, and the others in pursuit were also stunned. What was going on just now? Ancient God Ice Jade asked in alarm. Just a moment ago, Zhao Feng had just woken up and had no fighting power, and Ancient God Destruction Flow's attack was about to obliterate him. Suddenly, that endless pitch-black river of destruction dissipated just like that, and disappeared without a trace. Even someone of Ancient God Ice Jade's experience found it impossible to understand what was going on. Twilight Valley, didn't I say that this kid was rather unusual? The ancestral artifact fragment messaged. He truly is unusual, but just what was going on? Even Twilight Valley was rather confused. He was being pursued at the time, so he wasn't paying much attention to what was going on with Zhao Feng. This kid's eyes. Yu Heng's eyes were extremely gloomy. When Zhao Feng used an eye bloodline technique to dissolve Ancient God Destruction Flow's attack, his ancient race bloodline once more trembled. The ancient race was the #1 bloodline of the 10,000 races. This inexplicable trembling made Yu Heng feel a little uneasy, and he wanted to immediately eliminate Zhao Feng. After using origin energy to erase Ancient God Destruction Flow's attack, Zhao Feng immediately felt his mind become much clearer. The dizziness and pain rapidly faded, and his consciousness slowly returned to normal. He seemed much more energetic. Perhaps it's because I accumulated too much origin energy in my origin dimension. Now that I've released it all, I feel much better. Zhao Feng came to this conclusion. If this really was the case, then that eye bloodline technique he used just now had consumed so much origin energy. However, the power of it was worth the price. Let's call it God Eye Illusory Oblivion. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. This eye bloodline technique had similar effects to the God Eye disintegration, but the difference in power was like night and day. This is impossible. Nearby, Ancient God Destruction Flow called out, still somewhat disbelieving. Humph, nothing is impossible. Zhao Feng coldly snorted, and a pair of golden wings unfurled from his back. At this moment, he had completely recovered and could use all his energy as he pleased. The-ish. His body transformed into a streak of light that shot toward Ancient God Destruction Flow. Although he was inside the space sealing array, Zhao Feng's speed was still extremely fast without relying on the space profundity. Mixed Origin Divine Fist. Zhao Feng gathered his divine power and punched out a dark silver chaotic light fist. These chaotic fists of light were surrounded by a strange devouring force field. Along the way, they devoured the time energy of the world to strengthen themselves. That punch was simply unavoidable. This was because this punch had been accelerated to the limit by time intent, making Ancient God Destruction Flow feel like he was hallucinating. Boom! Ancient God Destruction Flow was sent flying, a trickle of blood trickling down the corner of his lips. Brat, I will definitely kill you. Ancient God Destruction Flow wiped away his blood and angrily glared. He didn't expect Zhao Feng, who was extremely weak just now, to recover so quickly. He was caught off guard. At this moment, Meow, a nimble cat, leapt out of the gloomy shadows, a silver dagger covered in runes slashing at Ancient God Destruction Flow in a cold and sinister arc swoosh. The cold blade plunged into Ancient God Destruction Flow's abdomen. In a flash, an extremely cold and sinister energy spread out, causing his bloodline and soul to tremble. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng circulated Tribulation Lightning energy, instantly forming a twisting ball of lightning flame that shot forward. Crack. A ball of lightning flame ignited in Ancient God Destruction Flow's soul. At this moment, ice, fire, thunder, and lightning all attacked his body, causing his face to contort in pain. He was already injured, and now that he was being attacked by Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat, he became even weaker. The-ish. At this moment, Ancient God Qing Yun and Ancient God Resplendence arrived and attacked Ancient God Destruction Flow. Work together to kill this person first. Zhao Feng messaged. Only by killing a half-step God Lord could they reverse the situation. No, you. Ancient God Destruction Flow, still injured, hurriedly fled. Not good. If this continues, Ancient God Destruction Flow will. Ancient God Ice Jade's expression chilled. After Zhao Feng woke up, he gave off a strange and unfathomable feeling. There was also that strange little thieving cat, and there was also the words of Ancient God Qing Yun and Ancient God Resplendence. Ancient God Destruction Flow was highly likely to die here. Good. The situation is turning. Twilight Valley was elated as he gave Zhao Feng a few more glances. And Yu Heng's bloodline energy is much weaker than before. He probably won't be able to last much longer. Xin Wuheng also began to speculate. Damn. Zhao Feng. The Heaven's Legacy Cat. Yu Heng's eyes flashed with anger as he gnashed his teeth. If not for Zhao Feng's sudden awakening, he might have already finished everything. Swish. Yu Heng took out a test tube the size of a finger and shattered it with a thought. A ball of gold and silver liquid entered his mouth. Oh no. Xin Wuheng grimaced. He had seen this scene before, so he naturally understood what it meant. A moment later, boom. Yu Heng's massive body exploded with a formidable bloodline energy that seemed to restore him to his peak state. Ancient God Ice Jade and Ancient God JLC felt their souls and bloodlines suppressed to the point where they wanted to prostrate themselves in worship. Bzzz. Swoosh. Yu Heng raised his hands, and gold and silver threads began to emerge, exuding a frightening and dangerous energy. What's going on? His bloodline energy has recovered. Twilight Valley was taken aback. Not good. He's also noticed the current situation and probably wants to end the battle as quickly as possible. Xin Wuheng was deeply worried. At this moment, Yu Heng's bloodline energy had returned to its peak state, and he was apparently preparing to use some secret art. The ancient race was already incredibly powerful, and no one could compare to it. If he used this power to use a powerful secret art, not even he or Twilight Valley would be able to stop it. Time slash. Giant God Finger. At this crucial moment, the two of them unleashed powerful attacks in an attempt to interrupt Yu Heng. If they were a little slower, they could wear down Yu Heng's bloodline energy. Boom. Bang! Crash! The attacks of the two half-step god lords bombarded Yu Heng's body. Yu Heng had expected this, so he had already activated his ancient god-devil body to endure all this. Buzz! Bzzz. A massive gold and silver head condensed above Yu Heng's hands, exuding a heaven-shaking ancient energy. What is this? Ancient god Ice Jade and ancient god JLC couldn't help but tremble. When they looked into the eyes of that blurry gold and silver head, they felt like a supreme god-devil from ancient times was looking down on them. Not good. We'll find it very difficult to block this move. Twilight Valley grimaced. The moment Yu Heng condensed this move, even he felt fear in his heart. Run! Xin Wuheng also sensed the dreadful energy contained in that gold and silver head. Swoosh swoosh. The two of them began to flee into the distance. The greater the distance, the weaker the power of the attack. When the time came, the two of them might be able to block it if they used their full strength. Heh, ignorant. Yu Heng scornfully smiled as he watched Twilight Valley and Xin Wuheng flee. Boom! He suddenly pushed forward with both palms, but his target was not Xin Wuheng or Twilight Valley, but Zhao Feng's side. We've been tricked. Twilight Valley and Xin Wuheng were both stunned. As it turned out, Yu Heng's target was not the two of them, but Zhang Fen's group on the other side of the battlefield. The terrifying power of Yu Heng's secret art could instantly obliterate everything on that side of the battlefield. Boom! The world trembled as a supreme destructive pressure descended upon Zhao Feng, ancient god Destruction Flow, ancient god Qing Yun, and the others, causing their blood to tremble and immobilize them. A moment later, the massive gold and silver head descended, its mouth wide open and exuding a powerful suction force. At this moment it was incomparably difficult for everyone to resist this suction force, let alone escape. Oh no! Ancient god Qing Yun's face trembled. Yu Heng's attack was so terrifying and destructive that it was impossible to dodge. No. Despair appeared on ancient god Resplendent's face. At this moment, she felt like an ant about to be crushed by a giant boulder with no chance of survival. Victory is still mine. Yu Heng faintly smiled. This attack of his could instantly annihilate Zhao Feng, ancient god Qing Yun, ancient god Resplendence, and even the Heaven's Legacy Cat. Once everyone else was eliminated, Xin Wuheng and Twilight Valley would be nothing to worry about. Such a powerful attack. Zhao Feng's expression was extremely grim. God Eye. Illusory Oblivion. A look of determination appeared in his eyes as he activated the origin energy in his God Eye dimension. Yu Heng's attack was truly powerful and unstoppable. However, Zhao Feng had learned this technique from the ancient god devil on the primal battlefield. It had the mystical power to defy the heavens and change fate, so it was not impossible to fight back. Buzz. Bzzz. Origin energy began to surge out of the God Eye dimension, and dreamy mist began to seep out of the dreamy silver ball. The dreamy light in Zhao Feng's left eye was constantly changing, and dreamy mist began to revolve and seep into the surrounding spacetime before vanishing. Zhao Feng's actions immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. This was because when ancient god Destruction Flow's attack inexplicably vanished, Zhao Feng was in the same situation. At the same level, not even the power of the 8 great god eyes can do anything to the ancient race, and yet you want to fight against me? Ha! Yu Heng immediately began to laugh. Zhao Feng ignored Yu Heng and began to madly gather his origin energy. Yu Heng's attack was extraordinary, and if he didn't have enough origin energy, it would have no effect. Suddenly, everything in Zhao Feng's eyes was covered in a dazzling light, making him feel like he was in a dreamy paradise, enchanting and enchanting. Extinguish. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on the gold and silver head. Bzzz. A strange power enveloped the head that was filled with illusory colors and continuously seeped into it. Broom. The massive gold and silver head was about to swallow and annihilate everything. Suddenly, with a bang, the head turned into countless dreamy specks of light and disappeared without a trace. The quaking world instantly fell silent. Ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Qingyun, who were waiting for their deaths, were drenched in cold sweat. They stood in a daze, their minds seemingly short-circuiting. In the distance, Yu Heng's jaw dropped, and his eyes went slack in disbelief. This, impossible. Chapter 1396. The chaotic world suddenly calmed down. Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief, a look of joy on his face. Just now, even he wondered if he could neutralize Yu Heng's attack. I'm saved. Ancient god Resplendence was dazed for a few moments before she recovered, a strange light flashing through her eyes as she looked at Zhao Feng. How did he do it? Ancient god Qingyun muttered in shock. Meow. The little thieving cat jumped onto Zhao Feng's shoulder and began to flaunt its strength. In the distance, to think that it could have such a miraculous power. Xin Wuhan was also dazed as he looked at Zhao Feng in the distance, his heart filled with shock. At this moment, he once more understood that even if he inherited the power of his last life, Zhao Feng would still leave him in the dust. Could this be the ultimate power of the illusion Dao? Twilight Valley softly muttered. The ultimate power of the illusion Dao was to turn illusion into reality. It could turn the energy of an illusion into reality, and even turn reality into an illusion. How could this be? How did that kid do it? Ancient god Ice Jade was stunned and in disbelief. She was keenly aware of Zhao Feng's strength, so how could he have suddenly gotten so strong? Hurry and kill ancient god Destruction Flow. Zhao Feng messaged. The little thieving cat was the first to attack, transforming into a silver-gray streak of light that shot toward ancient god Destruction Flow. Swoosh! A cold silver blade plunged into ancient god Destruction Flow's chest. At the same time, ancient god Qingyun attacked, his palm unleashing an endless stream of time energy blades. Ah! Ancient god Destruction Flow screamed. Chaos Origin God Suppressing Seal. Zhao Feng circulated large amounts of Chaos Origin divine power, forming a massive seal of turbid silver that pressed down. At the same time, the massive seal began to exude a strange devouring energy that absorbed the energy of the world to strengthen itself. Boom! Bang! That turbid, dark silver seal directly pressed down. The enormous and heavy energy caused ancient god Destruction Flow's entire body and soul to tremble, and he vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Bzzz. Then, a distorted force field of chaos devoured his body and soul bit by bit. No, ancient god Destruction Flow wanted to break free, but he was already heavily injured and had no strength to resist. A few moments later, ancient god Destruction Flow was completely dead. Didn't you say that at the same level, not even the 8 great god eyes could do anything to you? Zhao Feng faintly smiled and looked at Yu Heng. Yu Heng's complexion changed. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Although Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was extraordinary, all eye bloodlines in the world came from the god eye. He could not refute it. In addition, he had taken a special blood to recover his bloodline energy, but the powerful attack he unleashed had been countered by a rank 9 ancient god. No matter how he thought about it, Yu Heng was extremely depressed. Hey, you're a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. We don't want to offend you. Zhao Feng suddenly changed the topic. These words startled everyone at the scene. They didn't understand what he meant. What's wrong with this kid? Are you admitting defeat? Ancient god Ice Jade and ancient god JLC were both rather surprised. Xin Wuhan also gave Zhao Feng a strange look, not knowing what he was planning. What do you mean? Yu Heng straightforwardly asked. Zhao Feng's awakening, neutralizing his secret art, and killing ancient god Destruction Flow truly did lower his chances of victory, making the situation even more unpredictable. If Xiao Feng withdrew of his own accord, he truly would have a 100% chance of victory. However, he very much wanted to kill the thorn in his side, Xiao Feng, and capture the Heaven's Legacy cat. He was a mighty member of the Heaven's Legacy race, possessing the power of the ancient race bloodline, but he actually needed a rank 9 ancient god to withdraw in order to win. If his master and his clansmen were to learn of this, he would lose all his face. But Xiao Feng was far too bizarre. He was actually able to neutralize his ancient race energy. This caused Yu Heng to fall into a momentary silence. Yu Heng fell silent, but the light race faction could no longer restrain itself. If Xiao Feng withdrew, they would be the ones to suffer. My apologies, people of the light race. I am only an ordinary rank 9 ancient god, and the Heaven's Legacy race is the 3rd ranked ancient race. Xiao Feng apologetically looked at the light race. This. For a moment, Twilight Valley didn't know what to say. Truly, the Heaven's Legacy race was ranked 3rd among the 10,000 ancient races and was a mythical race. The light race had been destroyed precisely because of the Heaven's Legacy race. As an ordinary rank 9 ancient god, Xiao Feng truly had no need to fight to the death with the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, the strength Xiao Feng displayed at this moment was extraordinary. Yu Heng of the Heaven's Legacy race was highly likely to make peace with Xiao Feng's group. Meow meow. The little thieving cat immediately gestured at Twilight Valley and the ancestral artifact fragment. What? You want me to submit to your master? The ancestral artifact fragment grimaced. The little thieving cat had also made this suggestion before, but the ancestral artifact fragment didn't even care about ordinary god lords, much less a mere ancient god. But now, the ancestral artifact fragment had to take Xiao Feng seriously. This. Twilight Valley was instantly at a loss for words. They had no relationship with Xiao Feng or the giant god race, so there was no need for them to risk their lives to help them. But the ancestral artifact fragment had been guarding this place this entire time and had been loyal to the light race. How could he promise the ancestral artifact fragment over this matter? Yu Heng's brow creased as he sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed through his eyes. He understood that Xiao Feng had no intention of compromising with him, but wanted to con the light race. But at this moment, the ancestral artifact fragment suddenly spoke. Xiao Feng, as long as you help us defeat these people, I am willing to submit to you. The ancestral artifact fragment was willing to submit to Xiao Feng, but it had a condition: he had to defeat Ancient Soul Hall and Yu Heng. Ancestral artifact fragment. Okay, I agree. Xiao Feng revealed a look of pleasant surprise and conflicted expression, as if he was unable to endure the enormous temptation and had finally agreed. Meow meow. The little thieving cat snickered as if its plan had succeeded. Ha, how laughable. You're making it sound like you've already won. Yu Heng suddenly began to laugh. He had just thought about it. Even if Xiao Feng really could unravel his power, Xiao Feng would have expended a significant amount of energy. Xiao Feng had just unraveled his secret art. He did not believe that Xiao Feng still had the ability to continue using that mysterious eye bloodline technique. The-ish. After saying this, Yu Heng lunged at Xiao Feng. Hand over your life. Yu Heng's expression was cold and harsh, his killing intent chilling. Not good. Stop him. Xin Wu Heng and Twilight Valley immediately charged forward. At present, their main hope in dealing with Yu Heng was Xiao Feng. They could not allow anything to happen to him. Swoosh swoosh. Twilight Valley was rather fast. As he approached Yu Heng, he activated the ancestral artifact fragment and unleashed a blade of time energy. This blade of time energy ignored everything and descended behind Yu Heng. Boom! With a thought from Yu Heng, a golden-silver light erupted from his back and collided with the time energy blade, destroying it. As for himself, he continued to pursue Xiao Feng. Zhao Feng naturally could not just sit there and wait for Yu Heng to slaughter him. The golden wings on his back rapidly flapped, and his body transformed into a streak of golden light that shot off into the distance. In truth, Zhao Feng had expended a great deal of energy to use the God-Eye illusory oblivion. Putting on that show with the little thieving cat was also to buy time so that he could recover his origin energy. Kill Zhao Feng first. Yu Heng roared. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall also moved out. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. While Zhao Feng was running away, he threw out a few chaotic fists of silver light. At the same time, Twilight Valley and Xian Wuheng caught up to Yu Heng. Time Slash. Twilight Valley activated the ancestral artifact fragment, and a long and narrow blade of crystalline white light suddenly appeared in the air. The flowing light virtual blade, which was hundreds of feet long, pierced through the air. Even before it arrived, a powerful time energy engulfed Yu Heng and the two half-step god lords, causing them to slow down. Damn, the light race! Yu Heng's expression darkened. The light race was ranked 7th among the 10,000 ancient races and was extremely difficult to deal with. But since Zhao Feng could break his attack, he needed to kill Zhao Feng first. If Zhao Feng was allowed to recover, he would be in trouble. But Zhao Feng's spacetime intent was powerful, and he had the supreme quality divine artifact, the spacetime robe, so his speed was top class. Break! Yu Heng immediately stopped and swung his palm, smashing the huge flowing light blade into pieces. After dealing with Twilight Valley's attack, Yu Heng did not pursue. He quietly floated in the air, exuding the disdainful aura of supremacy. Swish! Another test tube the size of a finger appeared in front of him, within which flowed a golden-silver blood. The sight of this test tube caused Xian Wuheng, Twilight Valley, and Zhao Feng to grimace. The blood in this test tube not only allowed Yu Heng to maintain his ancient race energy, but it also allowed Yu Heng to explode with even greater power. It's over. Yu Heng faintly smiled. Just now, the attack he had been storing up energy for had been broken by Zhao Feng. This time, after taking this item, he would unleash another supreme attack. His target would no longer be Zhao Feng, but Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley. As long as he killed one of them, everything would be over. No. Hurry and stop him. Twilight Valley immediately called out. Just now, Yu Heng had swallowed this item and unleashed such a terrifying attack. Even if he and Xian Wuheng worked together, they were not confident in their ability to block it. How could it be like this? The Heaven's Legacy race is truly difficult to deal with. Zhao Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. In this battle, the strongest was not the half-step God Lord, nor was it the reincarnated Xian Wuheng, nor was it the awakened light race expert. Rather, it was this peak rank 9 member of the Heaven's Legacy race. And at this moment, Zhao Feng truly did not have the ability to break Yu Heng's powerful attack. Boom! The attacks of Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley rumbled toward Yu Heng. But a barrier of golden-silver light suddenly appeared around Yu Heng's body. Any attack that touched this barrier would immediately begin to crumble and weaken. Crack! The test tube shattered, and a ball of golden-silver blood fell into Yu Heng's mouth. Oh no! Xian Wuheng's expression darkened. After taking this item, Yu Heng's strength would reach an unprecedented level. At this moment, he even began to consider retreating. How could this be? Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Qingyun felt like the world had gone pitch black. They had just emerged from the darkness, but they were about to plunge back into it. No! This can't be allowed. Zhao Feng fully activated his left eye and focused on Yu Heng. God-Eye Illusory Oblivion. Zhao Feng gathered all his origin energy into his left eye. Buzz. Bzzz. Layers of dreamy mist began to seep into the world. In a flash, everything in front of Zhao Feng's eyes became dazzling and dreamlike. That's... Zhao Feng's eyes froze. At this moment, he saw a strange and dreamy liquid in Yu Heng's mouth flowing down his throat. "It's you, extinguish for me." Zhao Feng focused his mind on that dazzling and dreamy liquid. Whoosh! A moment later, the strange liquid suddenly crumbled and vanished. Zhao Feng's vision returned to normal. Eh? Yu Heng licked his lips and immediately cried out in alarm. Where was the medicine he just swallowed? Chapter 1397. It really works. Zhao Feng rejoiced. He had only been hoping to give it a try, but he had unexpectedly succeeded. One had to realize that Yu Heng was surrounded by defensive ancient race energy, and the item in Yu Heng's mouth was essentially a part of his body. Even without the space sealing array, Zhao Feng's spatial shift would have found it very difficult to take the item from Yu Heng's hand. The power of the ancient race could even easily shatter the light race's time energy, much less Zhao Feng's spatial shift. But the God-Eye illusory oblivion had succeeded, destroying the item that had entered Yu Heng's body. Eh? What's going on? Everyone stared at Yu Heng. They imagined that Yu Heng would be loudly laughing and unleashing the powerful energy of the ancient race to attack. But at this moment, he had a look of shock and anger on his face. Yu Heng, what's wrong? Ancient God Ice Jade and Ancient God JLC looked in shock at Yu Heng. They had been waiting for Yu Heng to take the medicine and show off his divine might, but why was there nothing at all? Zhao Feng. Yu Heng suddenly turned his head to look at Zhao Feng, his eyes spitting fire. Just now, everyone was preparing to flee, but Zhao Feng had focused his left eye on him and used a mysterious eye bloodline technique. At the start, he didn't care. But he had never imagined that Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique would be able to do this, break through his defenses without him noticing and make the item he had swallowed vanish. This is impossible. Yu Heng's expression was rather agitated. Earlier, Zhao Feng had unraveled his charged killing blow, and now, he had made his medicine vanish. Moreover, that was the last bottle of medicine he had brought. Plush. Yu Heng vomited blood at this thought. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had never suffered such a loss at the hands of an outsider. This brat did it? Twilight Valley couldn't help but look at Zhao Feng. Just now, he had also sensed the powerful ancient energy and ripples of eye intent from Zhao Feng's left eye. Well done. Xian Wuheng smiled. Zhao Feng, I will tear you to pieces. Yu Heng suddenly roared and charged at Zhao Feng with a crazed look on his face. Zhao Feng had ruined his plans time and time again. Yu Heng didn't even think about the ancestral artifact fragment. All he wanted was to kill Zhao Feng. Stop him. Twilight Valley roared and charged forward with Xian Wuheng. Zhao Feng had contributed greatly to this battle. His incredible eye bloodline technique had rendered great service time and time again. They could not allow anything to happen to him. Time slash. Twilight Valley activated the ancestral artifact fragment, causing a long and narrow blade of crystalline light to appear in the air. However, after the white crystal flowing light void blade was formed, there was an unstable fluctuation. Looks like I'm really old. Twilight Valley's body was ghastly pale, and a trickle of blood trickled down the corner of his lips. He had just woken up, and he was already heavily injured. Then, he fought with Yu Heng again and again. His injuries had worsened, and he had consumed a lot of energy. The-ish. Twilight Valley fiercely swung out a blade of flowing light several hundred feet long at Yu Heng. At the same time, Xian Wuheng's attack arrived. A giant palm formed from a five-colored vortex shot forward in a destructive manner. Scram! Yu Heng roared, and then a frenzied surge of ancient race energy surged out of his body. At this moment, the world dimmed and quaked in chaos. Boom! Bang! Crash! Twilight Valley's Time Slash and Xian Wuheng's 5 elements law-shattering palm were both pulverized by this tyrannical energy. Yu Heng's eyes were bloodshot as he charged at Zhao Feng. What's going on? He seems to be even stronger than before. Ancient God Resplendent's eyes were filled with fear. His mind is a little muddled. He can't control the ancient race energy, which is why he's like this. Twilight Valley stared at Yu Heng and said. It's probably a side effect of the bloodline combined with Zhao Feng's provocation. Xian Wuheng analyzed. Every time he used the ancient race energy, there would be a massive side effect. Recently, Yu Heng had used the ancient race energy twice and had taken medicines many times to obtain more energy and extend the duration of his bloodline. This meant that before the bloodline energy could completely disappear, the side effects had already begun. The addition of Zhao Feng's provocation had affected Yu Heng's mind. Zhao Feng, die. Yu Heng's eyes were bloodshot, and gold and silver blood was beginning to seep out of his massive body. That tyrannical and disdainful ancient race energy continued to pour out, wreaking havoc through the world. The ish. Zhao Feng swiftly fled, leaving Yu Heng behind. His bloodline energy is fading. Zhao Feng used his god's spiritual eye to carefully observe Yu Heng. Behind Yu Heng, Twilight Valley and Xian Wuheng were in hot pursuit, their attacks relentless. On one hand, they could slow down Yu Heng's speed, and on the other hand, they could consume Yu Heng's bloodline energy. Not good. Yu Heng's situation isn't looking good. Ancient God JLC called out. The only thing we can do now is stop Zhao Feng. Ancient God Ice Jade said after some thought. As long as the two of them could stop Zhao Feng, Yu Heng would definitely be able to easily kill Zhao Feng. Once the knot in his heart was untied, he would wake up, and they would still have hope. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall circled around to Zhao Feng to stop him. Arctic Ice Mountain. World Annihilation. The two of them unleashed their powerful battle skills. A pitch-black river and an icy mountain suddenly descended from the sky. Scram! Zhao Feng bellowed, gathering up Chaos Origin divine power into a fist of dark silver light that shot forward. At the same time, ancient god Cheng Yun and the little thieving cat came to reinforce him. Boom! Bang! Crash! The two sides clashed in a round of attacks, their power shaking the heavens. This brat's strength is already enough to fight against me. Ancient God JLC stared at Zhao Feng, a nasty grimace on his face and an awful feeling in his heart. Back then, Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng had to work together and use all sorts of trump cards in order to defeat him. But now, Zhao Feng alone displayed the strength of a half-step god lord. Kill! At this moment, Yu Heng approached from the rear. But at this moment, his bloodline energy was much weaker. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng aimed at Yu Heng's head, his left eye firing off a Tribulation Lightning Flame. Crack! Countless bolts of Tribulation Lightning exploded on Yu Heng's head. At the same time, Twilight Valley slashed at Yu Heng's head with a white crystal blade. Giant God Finger. Xian Wuheng circulated his bloodline divine power and law comprehension as he thrust out a finger. For a moment, the attacks of the group completely engulfed Yu Heng's body. But Yu Heng was still in the ancient god-devil body state, and his perfect and powerful body blocked more than 90% of the damage. Once the explosion was over, Yu Heng charged out, but his target was not Zhao Feng. Retreat! Yu Heng yelled at Ancient God Ice Jade and Ancient God JLC. As it turned out, Yu Heng's mind had returned to normal after that round of attacks. His ancient race energy was gradually weakening, and his fighting power was no longer as great as before. In a direct battle, he had no chance of victory. Whoosh! 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 The two half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall naturally knew that the situation was bad and began to retreat with Yu Heng. After him. Zhao Feng called out as he pursued. Although Yu Heng had regained his senses, his ancient race energy was rapidly fading and weakening. The two of you, pay attention to what's behind us. I'll contact Master. Yu Heng said as he fled. Once his ancient race energy was completely gone, they would probably die. Okay. Ancient God Ice Jade and Ancient God JLC rejoiced. The ancestral legacy treasury was too far from the ancient Soul Hall base. Ordinary communication methods were simply impossible to contact. However, the Heaven's legacy race's Yu Heng had a way of contacting his master. Yu Heng's master was God Lord Stellar Aspect, also a member of the Heaven's legacy race. He possessed incredible abilities, and as long as they could get in touch with him, they still had hope. Swish. At this moment, Yu Heng waved his hand, and a black figure appeared. This figure was rather large, its entire body made of flesh and metal, and it exuded the powerful energy of a half-step godlord. This is a golem. Ancient God Jailsia's eyes brightened. Golems normally had no life and were controlled by others. However, this black figure exuded intense ripples of life. This is the Heaven's legacy race's Death God Guard. Twilight Valley's expression darkened. The Heaven's legacy race's golem technology truly was unparalleled, but these golems also had many flaws. For example, high-power golems were far too expensive to construct, were rather inflexible, and could not fight as well as experts of the same level. However, the Death God Guard developed by the Heaven's legacy race was a fusion of life and machine. It had the advantages of both and was even stronger. Stop them. After giving the order, Yu Heng took out a silver-gray jade talisman. Swoosh swoosh. With a flick of his finger, strange characters began to appear on the talisman. Not good. This is a special communication method of the Heaven's legacy race. He's definitely trying to contact other members of the Heaven's legacy race. At this sight, Twilight Valley grimaced once more. One Yu Heng was already so difficult to deal with. If other members of the Heaven's legacy race arrived, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an empty space, a group of figures stood. In front of them were two complex Heaven's legacy arrays. God Lord Stellar Aspect, my ancient soul hall only has Ancient God Ice Jade and Ancient God JLC left. God Lord Gloomhaven excitedly said. At this point, Ancient Soul Hall had already lost 3 peak rank 8s, 3 rank 9s, and 1 half-step Godlord. Yu Heng, just what are you doing? Why haven't you contacted your master yet? God Lord Stellar Aspect's expression darkened. Yu Heng was his disciple, so he naturally knew of Yu Heng's abilities. Logically speaking, Yu Heng should have no opponents in that dimension, so how could he have suffered such grievous losses? Damn! This Destiny Dao energy. God Lord Stellar Aspect was still affected by the Destiny Dao energy, so he could not speculate on Yu Heng's current situation. I will prepare to activate the teleportation array again. This time, this old man will personally go. God Lord Stellar Aspect's expression was extremely grim as he went up to the teleportation array and began to repair it. The members of Ancient Soul Hall were all stunned by these words. This, if there's anything you need, just say the word. God Lord Gloomhaven's expression slightly softened. They all knew that the teleportation array consumed an enormous amount of energy. And this time, they were transporting a God Lord, so the price was probably no small one. Chapter 1398. Not good. This is a special communication method of the Heaven's legacy race. He's definitely trying to contact other members of the Heaven's legacy race. At this sight, Twilight Valley grimaced once more. One Yu Heng was already so difficult to deal with. If more members of the Heaven's legacy race arrived, the consequences would be unthinkable. We have to stop him. Xin Wu Heng's eyes were determined. Whoosh! Yu Heng's group of 3 and the Death God Guard continued to fly through the space ceiling array. They knew that once they left the array, the light race's Twilight Valley and Zhao Feng would be able to use instant movement. The rest of you, stop the others. I'll go after Yu Heng and stop him. Twilight Valley messaged the others. Okay. All of them immediately agreed. As a member of the light race, Twilight Valley was the fastest and the strongest person present. He had the best chance of victory against Yu Heng. Whoosh! The group charged forward at Ancient God JLC, Ancient God Ice Jade, and the Death God Guard. 5 elements wait. Xian Wuheng fused law energy into his body and immediately unleashed a powerful weight domain. In a flash, the 3 enemies were affected by the powerful gravity and found it very difficult to move. The Ish. Zhao Feng approached Ancient God JLC. Blazing Soul Devil Eye. A scorching ball of illusion Tao energy descended upon Ancient God JLC's soul. Ancient God JLC instantly felt his soul burn. At the same time, his mind became extremely agitated as many negative emotions surged out. Chaos Origin God Suppressing Seal. Zhao Feng quickly circulated his Chaos Origin Divine Power, condensing a massive and gloomy seal that pressed down on Ancient God JLC. This brat. Ancient God JLC was infuriated. In his first clash with Zhao Feng had to work together with Xian Wuheng in order to contend against him. But now, Zhao Feng was fighting him alone. Although he didn't want to admit it, the current Zhao Feng truly was extremely powerful, possessing the strength of a half-step God Lord. The mountainous seal was about to come crashing down on them. Dead Sea of Hell. At this crucial moment, Ancient God JLC's body swelled up, transforming into a black wave. In this state, he was much less susceptible to illusion arts, and his defenses were much stronger. This move again. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. The first time they encountered the ancient soul race, the enemy used a similar move. This kind of bloodline secret art of the ancient soul race could transform the soul into a powerful attack that could directly attack the opponent's soul. But if he failed, he would suffer heavy damage to himself. Suppress. Zhao Feng controlled the mountainous seal and smashed it towards the dark waves. The seal was surrounded by a strange force field that devoured all the energy around it, including Ancient God JLC's black waves. Now that the Chaos Origin God Suppressing Seal had a devouring attribute, it became stronger and stronger as it fought on, firmly holding on to Ancient God JLC. God Eye Disintegration. Zhao Feng's left eye unleashed a dreamy mist that instantly began to analyze the black wave of Ancient God JLC. Suddenly, the edge of the waves of the tranquil sea started to disappear for no reason. What's going on? It's that move again. Ancient God JLC was first alarmed, and then he angrily bellowed. He had seen Zhao Feng's God Eye Disintegration before, but as Zhao Feng continued to grow stronger and his God Spiritual Eye evolved, the God Eye Disintegration became even stronger. Boom! At the same time, the Chaos Origin God Suppressing Seal slammed down. No. The two attacks instantly unleashed power that caused Ancient God JLC to scream in pain. Ancient God JLC wanted to resist, but he realized that he was getting weaker and weaker. How could this be? How could his eye bloodline be so powerful? Ancient God JLC stared at Zhao Feng's left eye. At this moment, the bloodline in his body began to fiercely tremble. Whoosh! The towering pitch-black wave gradually shrunk and turned into a small pitch-black stream. Die! Zhao Feng had the ancient god seal crushed down once more. Rumble! The Chaos Origin Divine Power devoured it and the God Eye Disintegration weakened it. The last stream of black water disappeared without a trace. Ha! A half-step God Lord. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. This was his first time killing a half-step God Lord on his own. After dealing with Ancient God JLC, Zhao Feng turned to the other side. Boom! Bang! Crash! Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Qingyun were working together to clash with Ancient God Ice Jade. You think you can deal with me with just the two of you? Ancient God Ice Jade coldly roared as she slapped the Deep Chill Pearl in her hand. Deep Ice Annihilation. The Deep Chill Pearl unleashed an extremely frigid stream of snowflakes that froze everything in its path. Even the time energy in the air was affected. Whoosh! At the same time, Ancient God Ice Jade's soul beast charged into the snowflake stream. The black shark instantly turned gray-white and charged at Ancient God Qingyun, accompanied by a frightening stream of snowflakes. Damn! This woman has a supreme quality divine artifact. Ancient God Qingyun clenched his teeth and gathered his powerful time energy into a white shield. Kaboom! As the gray-white shark descended, the surface of the white shield instantly shattered. However, the void shield's time power slightly slowed down the grayish-white shark's attack. But the astonishing ice energy penetrated the white shield and affected Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Qingyun, causing their bodies and souls to shiver in fear. The two of them probably won't be able to last. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed as his left eye began to turn. Ancient God Ice Jade was the strongest of the three half-step god lords of Ancient Soul Hall. She also had a supreme quality divine artifact, so even if Ancient God Qingyun and Ancient God Resplendence worked together, they truly would not be able to do anything to her. The two of you aren't a match for me. Ancient God Ice Jade heartily laughed as she unleashed even more powerful energy from the Deep Chill Pearl. Roar! The gray-white shark roared, unleashing a wave of frigid energy that swept through the world. Crack! The white shield that Ancient God Qingyun had unleashed with all his might was quickly frozen into ice and shattered. The two of you can die together. Ancient God Ice Jade coldly laughed. At this moment, the one who's going to die is you. An indifferent chuckle came from behind her. God Eye Duplication, Deep Ice Annihilation. A massive dreamy silver eye suddenly appeared behind Ancient God Ice Jade, its astonishing ancient bloodline energy causing Ancient God Ice Jade's soul to tremble in fear. Bzzzzz. A layer of dreamy mist spread out. Suddenly, a giant gray shark dashed out of the mist, bringing with it a monstrous snowflake and a cold current as it whizzed away. As it turned out, while Ancient God Qingyun was blocking Ancient God Ice Jade's attack, Zhao Feng had already begun the God Eye Duplication. Because he didn't have much origin energy left, Zhao Feng had to spend a little more time, but fortunately, he had succeeded. Zhao Feng, no. Ancient God Ice Jade immediately screamed in fear. But it was all too late. The gray-white shark opened its savage maw and swallowed up Ancient God Ice Jade. The-ish. Zhao Feng swiftly approached and used the supreme quality divine artifact, the spacetime robe, to withstand the onslaught of ice and take away the Deep Ice Pearl. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Qingyun said nothing about Zhao Feng taking away the spoils of war. While Zhao Feng was killing Ancient God Ice Jade, on the other side, Xian Wuheng was relying on his supreme strength to force the Death God Guard into a passive state of defense. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng immediately fired off a Tribulation Lightning Eye Bloodline technique. At this moment, Zhao Feng could use this Eye Bloodline technique as he pleased and with incredible speed. Hiss, the Death God Guard immediately screamed. He was already finding it hard to block Xian Wuheng, and now that Zhao Feng had intervened, it was like adding hail to snow. Die! Xian Wuheng gathered up his bloodline and divine power, and with a single finger, he obliterated the Death God Guard's soul. Brother Zhao, your eye bloodline seems to have gotten even stronger. Xian Wuheng faintly smiled, and then he began to inspect Zhao Feng's left eye. Your eye bloodline is probably not simple. Ancient God Qingyun solemnly said. Previously, the tyrannical energy of the ancient race had completely masked the other bloodline energies. Moreover, the light race and giant god race were also present, so no one had noticed this. Now, Yu Heng's bloodline energy was gradually fading, and the light race was extremely weak after fighting for so long, its bloodline energy fading. Only now did the powerful bloodline energy of Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye begin to show itself. A bloodline energy close to the top 10 ancient races. Ancient god Qingyun was stunned after carefully sensing it. Broom! A deafening explosion came from the other side. No. Yu Heng roared in fury and disbelief. Haha, Heaven's legacy race, you're finished. Twilight Valley heartily laughed. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Yu Heng's attempt to send a message had been stopped by Twilight Valley. However, Twilight Valley also appeared extremely weak, and his body of crystalline white light was rather dim. It was obvious that he had paid a significant price to stop Yu Heng's message. But it was all worth it. Not only had he stopped Yu Heng, the other side had also won a complete victory. Ancient God JLC, Ancient God Ice Jade, and the Death God Guard had all been killed. All dead. Yu Heng scanned the area in shock. He was the only one left, and only a sliver of his ancient race bloodline energy was left. Heaven's legacy race. Twilight Valley's eyes turned vicious as he waved a hand, unleashing a blade of time energy. Swish! A round metal shield appeared in Yu Heng's hand. A thick and powerful golden light screen immediately surged out from the golden round shield, forming a simple circular light shield that protected him within. Cling clang! A time blade sliced through the golden light shield. After tearing open a crack with great difficulty, the time blade entered the shield. But its power was already very weak, and Yu Heng shattered it. A supreme quality divine artifact. Zhao Feng was taken aback. Yu Heng truly had a lot of good stuff on him. But what use was there in taking out a supreme quality divine artifact now? Now, he was the only one left, and his ancient race bloodline power had almost completely disappeared. Whoosh! The group began to approach Yu Heng. Heaven's legacy race, you've lost this time. Ancient God Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. All of them arrived in front of Yu Heng, their eyes cold, or brimming with killing intent. Damn, the Heaven's legacy race won't let you go. Yu Heng's face was resolute as he scanned the group. He had never imagined that he, a member of the Heaven's legacy race who possessed the power of the ancient race, would lose to this group. Chapter 1399. Damn, the Heaven's legacy race won't let you go. Yu Heng's face was stern as he glanced at the group of people in front of him. He had never imagined that he, a member of the Heaven's legacy race who possessed the power of the ancient race, would lose to this group. Zhao Feng, you ruined my plans. You will die a horrible death. Yu Heng's gaze fell on Zhao Feng. His defeat this time was almost entirely due to Zhao Feng. You should worry about yourself first. Zhao Feng's expression was cold and indifferent. Now that the grudge between him and Yu Heng had been formed, Yu Heng had to die. Heh, even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Yu Heng suddenly sneered. He circulated the remaining ancient race bloodline energy in his body and formed a spell with his hands. Buzz. Bzzz. Translucent characters of the Heaven's legacy race floated out, imbued with mysterious energy. What's he doing? Xin Wuheng grimaced. Although Yu Heng was the only one left, he was a member of the Heaven's legacy race, and no one had ever underestimated him. Zhao Feng also had a bad feeling and began to cautiously retreat. It wasn't just Zhao Feng. Everyone else was retreating, staring at Yu Heng to make sure that he didn't use some sort of secret art to escape. Haha, Heaven's legacy cat, where do you think you're going? Yu Heng savagely smiled. Buzz. Bzzz. The translucent characters of the Heaven's legacy race shot into the little thieving cat's body with incredible speed. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng immediately called out in alarm. He had never expected Yu Heng to attack the little thieving cat in the end. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the little thieving cat. Meow meow. The little thieving cat dropped to the ground, its screams echoing through the air. A fiery brand composed of Heaven's Legacy race characters slowly appeared on its forehead and began to burn. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng immediately called out in alarm. This was the first time he had heard the little thieving cat make such a wretched cry. Through the contract, he could feel the little thieving cat's pain. What did you do to it? Zhao Feng angrily glared as his left eye began to circulate. Hee, I advise you not to attack me. Yu Heng sneered, not the slightest bit worried. Meow meow, the little thieving cat howled as it slowly walked towards Yu Heng. At this moment, the little thieving cat's master was no longer Zhao Feng, but Yu Heng. This scene caused everyone's faces to freeze in astonishment. The Heaven's Legacy cat is the crystallization of our Heaven's Legacy race's wisdom. In order to restrain this powerful energy, the Heaven's Legacy race planted a corresponding restriction in its body during its research. Yu Heng said proudly. Originally, he had planned to use this secret art to capture the Heaven's Legacy cat after killing everyone else. He didn't expect that in the end, he could only use this move to save his life. There is such a thing. Zhao Feng's face was filled with rage. Of course, given the style of the Heaven's Legacy race, it was very normal for them to do something like this. For example, the majority of important Heaven's Legacy race buildings were equipped with self-destruct mechanisms. If you attack me, I'll just obliterate the Heaven's Legacy cat. Yu Heng viciously glared at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stared at Yu Heng, but he did not attack. The little thieving cat had accompanied him ever since he was in the Broken Moon clan, experiencing countless hardships all the way to the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng could not bear to let the little thieving cat be obliterated like this. However, Yu Heng's goal in controlling the little thieving cat was probably to escape. Zhao Feng could not attack because of the little thieving cat, but the light race would never let Yu Heng go. When the time came, would he have to ally with the giant god race to deal with the light race? Humph, if anything happens to me, the Heaven's Legacy cat will accompany me in death. Yu Heng sneered, stood up, and then slowly began to retreat. The giant god race members stood motionless. The light race members viciously glared at Yu Heng, clearly conflicted. Let's go, Heaven's Legacy cat. Yu Heng laughed and left with the little thieving cat. Originally, Yu Heng had wanted to drag someone down with him before he died so that he wouldn't let Zhao Feng have an easy time. However, the little thieving cat seemed to have an extremely high status in Zhao Feng's heart, and Zhao Feng's influence here was not ordinary either. Moreover, he was with the giant god race, so even the light race didn't dare to recklessly attack. Meow meow. The little thieving cat struggled with all its might, but the more it resisted, the fiercer the white flame on its forehead burned. It seemed to be burning every cell in its body and even its soul. The little thieving cat looked at Zhao Feng, helplessness, pleading, and pain in its eyes. Zhao Feng also had a bad feeling as he looked at the little thieving cat. I wonder, if I can use the God-Eye Illusory Oblivion to neutralize this technique. With a flash of inspiration, Zhao Feng activated his left eye. You dare to attack me? In the distance, Yu Heng, who was just preparing to leave, grimaced and immediately called out. But when he sensed that Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique was not locked onto him, but the little thieving cat, Yu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Bzzz. A dreamy mist spun out of Zhao Feng's left eye and seeped into the surrounding space. Such powerful ancient energy. This kid's eye seems to be close to the god eye level. Yu Heng's expression darkened. He had previously relied on his ancient race bloodline to look down on other bloodlines. But it was precisely because of Zhao Feng's outrageous eye bloodline technique that he had been defeated so badly. Only now did he value Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. I don't believe that you have the extra strength to use that mysterious eye bloodline technique. Yu Heng chuckled. The moment he said this, Yu Heng felt a little unsure. In normal circumstances, Zhao Feng had expended a great deal of energy and didn't have the extra strength to neutralize the secret technique that controlled the Heaven's Legacy cat. But Zhao Feng had given him far too many surprises. "Stop, or else I'll kill the Heaven's Legacy cat all the same," Yu Heng roared. But Zhao Feng had already used his eye bloodline technique. At this moment, the world in front of him was filled with all kinds of colors, as dazzling as a dreamy paradise. Zhao Feng's mind was completely focused on the Heaven's Legacy race flame on the little thieving cat's forehead. "Extinguish for me." Zhao Feng activated his dream origin energy and focused all his attention on the mysterious flame. Bzzzzz. The mysterious flame flickered a few times, but it did not go out and continued to burn. "It's no good. I've consumed too much origin energy in the previous battles. I can't erase it." Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed as a hint of disappointment flashed through them. "Huh, useless effort." Yu Heng immediately laughed. The others also shook their heads. The light race's Twilight Valley began to gather his divine power and was about to attack. "No, I have to save the little thieving cat." A determined look appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes as he once more focused his left eye on the mysterious flame. "If I can't erase you, weakening your power should be fine," Zhao Feng said to himself. If his origin energy was insufficient and he couldn't erase it, could he suppress the mysterious flame and weaken it? As long as he weakened the flame, the little thieving cat should be able to put up some resistance. Weaken, weaken. All of Zhao Feng's thoughts were focused on the ball of flame as he roared in his heart. However, the God-Eye Illusory Oblivion was something that Zhao Feng had learned from somewhere else, so he knew how to use it. But at this time, Zhao Feng could only do his best. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to weaken and shrink that ball of flame. Bzzzzz. Within the God-Eye dimension, the dreamy silver ball fiercely trembled. At this moment, something strange happened. The flame on the little thieving cat's forehead was suddenly covered in a dreamy hue, and then the flame suddenly weakened as if it had been doused with water. The flame that had been the size of an infant's fist was now only the size of a fingernail. Success. Zhao Feng found it somewhat hard to believe. He hadn't completely used the God-Eye Illusory Oblivion, nor had he used any other eye bloodline techniques. But just as he expected, the flame had weakened. This was simply unimaginable. Could this be the God's spiritual eye's origin Dao? What's going on? Yu Heng naturally noticed this as well, and he immediately cried out in alarm. Meow meow. The little thieving cat's pain abruptly lessened, and its control over the flame seemed to weaken. The little thieving cat transformed into a silver-gray streak of light that immediately flew toward Zhao Feng. "No, don't go." Yu Heng grimaced. Once the little thieving cat was some distance away from Yu Heng, the flame on its forehead was extinguished. As it turned out, using this secret art to control the Heaven's Legacy cat was limited to a certain range. "Okay." Twilight Valley immediately called out. Although he didn't know how Zhao Feng had done it, as long as he could save the Heaven's Legacy cat, everything would be fine. At this moment, everyone could even more clearly sense the powerful ancient energy of Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye. "Kill!" Twilight Valley roared as he prepared to attack. "Let me kill him," Zhao Feng suddenly said. Once Twilight Valley agreed, he used instant movement. Swish! Now that he had left the range of the space sealing array, Zhao Feng used instant movement to appear at Yu Heng's side. "Impossible! How could your eye be so powerful?" Yu Heng appeared somewhat crazed as he roared. The power displayed by Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye had long ago surpassed his understanding. 9 Lightning Soul Refinement. Zhao Feng took out the 9 Lightning Soul Refining Mirror and poured divine power into it. Swish! In an instant, 9 lightning chains shot out of the mirror and wrapped around Yu Heng's soul. At this time, Yu Heng was only an ordinary peak rank 9, and he was also heavily injured and weak. How could he resist the power of a supreme quality divine artifact? Your eye is already close to the God Eye level, but all eye bloodlines in the world originate from the 8 great God Eyes, but your eye. Even as death approached, Yu Heng stared at Zhao Feng's left eye, his mind rapidly turning. No, could your eye be the 9th dash? Yu Heng suddenly thought of something and roared. Collect. Zhao Feng activated the 9 lightning soul refining mirror. Kling-ling. The 9 chains of lightning dragged Yu Heng's soul into the mirror. I'll let you have a taste of endless lightning torture. Zhao Feng grunted. Meow. The little thieving cat landed on Zhao Feng's shoulder and rubbed against Zhao Feng's neck. Dead. Twilight Valley softly sighed. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. This battle had truly been perilous. Fortunately, they had won in the end. At the same time, in the Chixing Zone, God Lord Stellar Aspect, who was in the middle of repairing and laying down the teleportation array, instantly became enraged. His body trembled, and a trickle of blood trickled down the corner of his lips. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.